Add 5.
in the night. So cold rocket dreams, resilience in the fold. Hedge first horizon, the charts are bold. DD bands rocket, scooter, AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade, oh, never dies. On the edge, as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade, oh, never dies. On the edge, as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, and tracking the charts. Midnight glory. Time to re-in-awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What's up, friends? Good morning. Good morning. Happy return from Memorial Day, everybody. See a full house again. Even though yesterday we had a huge stream, even though it was a holiday, I still streamed in the morning. I like to stream. You guys have the day off, I'll still show up and stream. That way we can get something useful. You know, a lot of times people are like busy all the time. You get a day off of work. They're like, finally a morning to myself. I finally can pay attention and listen to Matt or something. Then I'm like, you have a great stream. So we had like 7,000 people yesterday. It's crazy. Good morning. I'm back. I'm fully recovered. My massive party that I threw. I was kind of like slow for like 2 or 3 days, but I'm here, ready to do this. Boom. Good morning, everybody. So I just requested my first FundedNext payout. I've been kind of trading with those guys for a couple weeks now, maybe like 10 days, something like that. Finally just requested my first payout. Let you know how it goes. They say payouts come within 24 hours. So we'll see. We'll see. Good morning, everybody. Financial Fred, Simon, Full Tilt, Jimmy, Jason, Hydra, Nathan, Roman, TD, Ricky, Aid, Kiter, Maddie, Pat, Jim, Don, Walker, OG Jumper, Hydra, Sean, Julian, Benny, Mike, Morris, Shannon, Lucas, BV. Oh my God, I lost my place. Whatever, I'll just start right here. Stu, David, Tom, Jim, what's up? Mike, other Mike, 3 mics, 5 mics, Jagbeep, DWG, Plan Zero, Cheater, Stoff, Aeromac, Pete, Mad Yoda. What's up, Emma? What's up, Sal? What's up, Clive? And the rest of y'all. Rand, Daily, Spork, Fellows, JTR. Oh, I already said JTR. Well, hello again. Devin, Doc. Yesterday was awesome. So much value. Appreciate it. Hey, thank you. But glad you guys showed up. Good morning, Matt and friends. Good morning, Devin. What's up, Annie? Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Rich. Good morning, Ulysses. Good morning, Robert. Blue, Maiko, Malco, 49, Gary, Sam, John, Sir Fields. One of these days, you guys are going to like outpace me and I'll never get to the end of the list. That would be like, once I stop doing roll call in the morning, that's how you know we've made it to the top. So what's up, SGR, OBO, MR, just me talking out loud, Annie Lee, Full Tilt, Jesse, Red Ryan, Matthias, Jumper, Juniper, Decide Bomb, Miriam, Rogue, Tom, and IDOC. Done. Tyler, last one. No more. What's up? Whew. Out of breath. What's up? Back to the markets. Let's go. Time to start our trading day. How you guys doing? Did you have a cool Memorial Day weekend? What did you do this weekend? Let me know. Type it up. Did you guys do anything fun? Did you guys do anything incredibly cool? The bottom of my bottle mysteriously has teeth marks in it. I wonder who's the culprit. Hey Doc, have you been chewing on my sports bottle again? I mean, we talked about this. Certainly it couldn't be Pickle. We would never do something like that. All right, let's load up some liquidity pocket. Strongest setups, monthly maps. Got my stats open. I'm ready to go. Ready to roll for the week. It is now Tuesday. Looking to see what we got here. Oh, all right. So I've been marking my charts up. Make it a little easier for you guys to understand what it is we stare at all day long. These are all extra pivots just chilling there. We are outside of DD bands. Good to see that. All right. So we moved up back in the day. By back in the day, I mean like Monday or Sunday night, off of Trump delaying or postponing the tariffs for an extra month in the UK. Obviously, the markets, every time it's obvious, every time there's a new threat of a tariff, market goes down. A delay in the tariffs, market goes up. It's the same. It's the everything. But what matters today is, did this move push us too high or high enough? Sorry. Or not high enough on the monthly map, which we will get in a little bit. The market opens and we will see, was this a bull enough move, or did they just bump right up into that bear resistance? We will see what the answer is within like a minute of market opening. Love you some microplastics. Oh yeah, 100%. Sister getting married next weekend. Was at a voucher price this weekend. Still recovering. That's good. That sounds like fun. Watching boot camp in the hole. Hey, there you go. That's what I like to do on like 3-day weekends. I'm usually like, when I used to have a job at corporate America, my 3-day weekends were always used to do something enriching for my life. Not always used for travel. A lot of people just take a trip then. I mean, I would sometimes, but my 3-day weekend was usually like, I want to start that thing I always wanted to start. Or I want to read that thing or do that thing. I always would use that as like, I'm going to get into this thing today. Like, I'm going to finally build that canopy for my garden or whatever. I'll be like, okay, now is the time I finally clean out the garage. Read that book. I'm halfway read or whatever. You drove to Vegas and picked up your kids for the summer? Hey, that sounds fun too. How far is the Vegas drive though for you? When somebody says drive to Vegas, I think about how far of a drive that is for me. You're done with TBT, they disabled 2 of your pro accounts for 0 reason. Are you kidding? What happened, man? They didn't give you an email or nothing? Follow up with me on that. I trust you, so I'm curious what they say. iDoc Talk has been sick for like 3 or 4 days. And then she's good. Last night we went in an escape room and then we chugged beers in the parking lot. This is what my life is like. True story. We still had a cooler in the back of the trunk from the party. We have coolers full of like alcohol everywhere. And so we had a friend of ours meet us and we're just like standing out in the parking lot. And we walked inside and they're like, oh, they sell beers. Cool. But the beers are like, expensive, like $4 a piece or whatever. And then I was like, oh, we have that cooler in the back. Let's just go get our own beer. So like a minute for the escape room started, we were like, okay, let's hurry and go get our own beer. We went out to the cooler. Now they're kind of warm at the time. So they weren't as cold as they were, on Saturday. Then we each cracked a beer and just chugged it real quick. And ran in the escape room. Then went to this bar last night and just chilled. This little patio bar in Houston. It's actually pretty cool. Just chill, relax, rolling in the new week. That's what I did. What instruments and FundedNext Futures has? Well, they have everything pretty much that you'll want to trade in U.S. markets. I'm not sure about the full instrument list. Obviously, S&P, Nasdaq, Russell, they have. I'm not sure if they have any of the commodities, though, but some of you guys might be able to tell me. Europe, not okay. We already have a deal. Howie wants to know if it's a good deal or a bad deal. Let's make a deal. Serena's like 6 hours. Dang, that's a pretty sizable drive. Not too bad though. All right. So outside DD bands, you guys know the rules, right? Outside of D bands, market's kind of chill. We're gonna talk about that in just a second here. Let me open up the little sheet. Oh, speaking of this, all right, guys. FundedNext. I started trading with them like 10 days ago. I just requested my first payout for like $3,000, something like that. I can't remember exactly the amount. Hold up. Well, let me lie to you. 28.84. That was what was available, and I requested it, which is half of the balance. You take up to 50% of your available balance in a lump sum, which is nice for the first 30 days of trading. So this is the first account I started trading with them. Would fund it after 4 days, and then yeah, now I get the payout. Then I went and bought a bunch of other accounts with them, right? And I was trading a bunch of, I maxed out my accounts with them. I had like 250Ks and 100Ks, and this one was like sitting on payout. And like, darn, I blew up all the other accounts so that I can buy the ones with no DLL. Totally on accident. So I got a fresh batch of no DLL accounts from the sale. They'll last forever. Use Rise for FundedNext. Yeah, I use Rise. I use Rise for like all of my prop firm payout, everything. I use Rise. I get Rise payments from just about everybody at this point. So Rise is the simplest way I've used. Oh, the only way I've used, but yeah. So I sure wish you were an affiliate for Apex right about now. But never got that email. I know, right? I didn't even check to see if I got that email. I probably didn't, because I'm affiliate pumps and sales with them. Yeah, they wouldn't dare if you had a code, man. Are you gonna size on the DLL accounts? Well, wait, did I get it? Did I get the email? I didn't check. Chances are I didn't get the email. And the rumor is if you do any kind of sales for them or an affiliate, you would never get an email like that from Apex. That's what everyone says. I'm not going to spin the rumor mill like I have any belief that that's true, but that's what everyone says. That Apex kind of gives perks is what people claim. I'm not saying they do. There are people claim that, and that is kind of the claim right now, is that Apex gives perks to, the people that do well for them. But I honestly don't even know which of my 10 million email addresses is connected to my Apex, but I will actually check. I get so many emails in my prop account that they just get buried underneath like a million emails. So I don't know. If it was like earlier this week, I will go search for it and see. Wait a minute. Where's my other? Oh, these are all the other notes from the other day. Okay. All these old notes. Buy, and buy. Okay. The band. Double checking that all this stuff is the right spot. I don't think that it is, but we'll try this. All right, so DD band. All right, cool. Working up my chart. We have about 30 minutes to market opens. But yeah, so the FundedNext thing, right? I'm telling you guys, right now, this is the best prop deal in existence, period. The best account that exists, period. This is the... Why is DD looking like this? Oh, these are my manually drawn ones. Okay, let's just... Oops. I don't know what 5874... Oh, that goes here. I moved that accent. So right now, this is the best prop account that exists, period, in all the props. This is the account when I'm telling people, and again, I'm trading with them, so I'm taking the risk with y'all. This is what you do if you're doing prop accounts, even if you don't use these guys. They just basically threw out a gold mine account that is too good to be true. Well, they did what they did. It's a minimal risk to jump in. These are the rates that they have for it, okay? These are the best ones as far as the deal goes, the 50K, the ones in the middle. What it is and what they did that's different. So these are end of the day accounts with 40% consistency. They're very much just like Top Step. Uncapped payouts, no payout split, no monthly fee, no activation fee, nothing. You can DCA everything. It's like basically unlimited rules. They had a really tight daily loss limit. That was the only rule they had that kind of made it like, oh man, this sucks, right? But that, again, all props have a rule like that. But let me tell you the rule now. They don't have the DLL on these 4 days if you get the accounts from them. And they're 40% off. We normally get 5. So you can get these accounts for like barely anything at all. And you can just trade them whenever you want to. Like 5 years from now, you come back and trade them. Well, actually, you have to make a trade within so many. I lied about that. Like, I didn't know. You have to do like a trade every 7 days or 30 days or something to keep it active. So read up whatever rule that is. Let's keep it active. But this is basically what I'm doing here. So the daily loss limit, it's just an account with a hard stop. That's it. This is it. It's an end of the day trailing drawdown of that with no daily loss limit. So you can scale these accounts like crazy. And I would say if you guys want to be like in that mode of, man, whenever I get really good at trading, I wish I can just have like, a free move to the top, with like a cool account, but have all these rules. These, for the life of the account, these rules apply. So what I'm telling you guys is these rules apply for the life of the account. If you're not using them, get them, and you can use them whenever you want. You gotta make a trade every once in a while to keep them active, but there's no monthly fee. The idea that there's no daily loss limit and there's end of the day drawn on is rare enough, and the idea that they're dirt cheap is even rare enough, and the fact there's uncapped payouts is even rarer. So right now there is not a prop account period that exists that's better than that. Again, I'm trading with it, and that is the deal. That's straight up. So I'm gonna let you know if they pay out. I requested a payout yesterday for my first account I had with them, and we'll see. All right, no affiliates, you got it. Yeah. Like your dream of 1 million shattered. Wait, bro, you got the email? Wait, they got the email. They're gonna move you to live and all that. That when they say they're gonna investigate you, move you to live. Dude, that sucks. Well, at least you can do the FundedNext 3 million payout. Is DLL no big deal? 100K fails at 3K and DLL is 24. Right, Jimmy Jim. But the sale, they got rid of the DLL. That's what everybody's freaking out about. Like, oh my God, it's too good to be true. So no DLL period on these accounts for the life of the account, and when they go funded, no DLL. There were some influencers spinning some bad information, saying that they didn't think that happened, whatever. When you go funded, there's no DLL, period. So it's like the golden, and it's one-time payment, not even a monthly fee. Like, you can't pick any rules to improve. It's like the only time I've ever seen a prop firm that has rules that I would say, I don't like this rule or that rule. I mean, there's really nothing else that they can improve on. Everything's golden at this moment. And there's like a big sweeping sale they're trying to do for market share. So max loss limit written on the screen. It's pretty comparable to, my funded and a couple other end of the day drawdowns like Tradeify. Very comparable. Your, for 150 and 250, basically you get 25 and 3,000 loss limit. It's pretty big. This one, 150 for $2,500 is like, what is that? Like 16 cost to drawdown ratio, 16. We tell you that 9 is good. 10 is great. 10 is usually the best you'll see. So in this sale, these are roughly like, this is like 16. So it's the ratio of how much loss limit you get for the cost you pay. During the sale, it's 16, which is off the charts good. We're basically they're cheap or whatever. So you can't blow the account. You can blow the account, but as long as you rebuy accounts in the next 4 days, the ones that you buy in 4 days qualify with all the deal stuff. On these no DLL accounts, well, I need to build a buffer, right, to get to my, usually, end of the day usually stops trailing at a certain point, and it's usually once you hit your profit target. So I need to get the accounts to here as gracefully as possible. Now, at the start of the day with the eval portion, I basically need to hit my, 40% consistency is $2,500, right? Per trade. And so that would be like 3 days, right? No maximum than that. So I need to get there in 3 days, which gives me one more day, 4th day, to either them go bust on accident or to have that day pass. And then I get one more chance. Like if I bust in the next 3 days, that's totally fine. I can always re-up the accounts. I want to get funded with all the accounts with this no DLL. So my goal is to hit them as hard as I can to get max payout. To max profit without going over consistency. So basically I need to hit $2,500 period in each one of these accounts. So I'm going to be hitting them pretty hard, like out the door. I can't just inch forward, right? Because I need to have them passed to guarantee that I have them passed by the end of the 4 days. Just because in case I blow up on a bad day in the next 4 days, I can still re-up for the sales over. So I'm going to be hitting them probably with 3 to 5 contracts each on good, strong pivots only, just to hit 2,400 profit and then be done with it. If I happen to hit, like, take a loss the first day, I'm going to purposefully fail the accounts and then re-up them at the end of the day with brand new accounts. So the goal is to have a day where they just out the door, put 2,400 in them, and then I can just go forward from there. Hopefully I get lucky and do that 3 days in a row. That way, and then if all else fails on the last day of the sale, I'll just take it slow, which is going to be probably 1 NASDAQ and 2 ES on these 100K accounts. Just nice and slow until I get to profit target, which will be about $6,000. And then I have enough buffer there that I can start stepping up. I'll probably start stepping up to double that risk when the account's at 12,000 and then just chill on it. And honestly, I'm doing it for show. Now, the problem is with prop firms with uncapped payouts. You never know if the time you want to make a payout, they can't pay out. It's kind of like when you shorted the housing market. You know, once you cash out your short, you know, was the person on the other side of the trade, a bank, able to pay you out? You know, it's always that risk. And so ideally, I kind of want to see how far I can go with it to try to get the home run. I think everybody's racing for that right now to see. Now that Apex put the plug on sim-funded, you know, millionaire payouts, now FundedNext is the next available thing that people are going to be like running to try to get that big home run payout. So uncapped with no profit split is very attractive, and the fact that they're dirt cheap, very nice. So I'll let you know how the first payout goes. I requested it yesterday afternoon. It was for like $2,800, which is the first account I had with them. But yeah, code rocket. Yeah. You have to go into the coupon code, not other code. So go to coupon code. Don't use code no DLL40. Use code rocket. Don't use their code. Use our code. Get, you know, that's their code. Give us some credit. Come on. Use rocket. And you have to go to, you have to go to their site. And so my experience with them has been pretty pleasant. They've been responsive. They've been pretty good. Yeah, so you would do code rocket. Make sure you click futures, not CFD. This is, and again, I've been telling these guys, I'm like, this is confusing for people because you have both of your different products on, like, you know, the site, and the flow is, you know, I'm a pretty good flow designer for websites. I've been doing it for a while, and my team is pretty good. I'd say at the top, you get to toggle between futures and CFDs. That's just weird. But that's the way that it is. And then people usually scroll down and look at the plans. This is where you need to have the toggle, like choose the best plan. And then it needs to be obvious because nobody's going to look at the top, I promise. Like, that's what I'm going to tell them. I'm going to say, like, you need to put it here. Futures. Anyways, you have to pick futures, and then when you sign up, there's 2 different, and I also told them about this, they have 2 different coupon code entries, and I understand that what the difference was. One is like reference code, one is like coupon code. Makes no sense to me. I told them that's confusing as hell too, because you guys are like, the code isn't working. And again, they're going to change that, by the way. CL's notes are pretty good for them. But you have to click the slider when you check out to say coupon code. Yeah. You chased that high last night, got cooked, bro. No. You bought top 1 straight to fund. Yeah, good luck, man. Let me know how it goes. The code isn't working for you, Emma. Yeah, you got to switch the slider to say coupon code use. They're going to get rid of it. So there's 2 sliders. There's 2 different fields. Like, yeah, coupon code is the one you need to use when you check out. So try that. You guys bought 6. Yeah, man, like I'm going to say, take it slow with these guys. The no DLL makes them pretty golden. So once you've been practicing with other accounts, like, you know, your Apexes or ETFs or your cheap ones or whatever, and you're like, okay, I'm ready for the big show, bust out one of your FundedNext. You're like, this is the one I want to take seriously because this is the one that has the least amount of rules. This is the one I can build a big fat payout with, you know. I like the idea of being able to do that. So I'll let you guys see my journey while I'm doing that and see how that goes. There is no direct to funded with FundedNext now. It's just, they're all end of the day drawdowns. Direct to funded yet. Once you pass the profit target, you can request the payout. Yep. No, say no. Okay, let me start it. When you pass the profit target, you have to trade for the other requirements are you had to trade for 5 days, like $200 per day, I think is the minimum. And then you have the minimum payout has to be $250, which means you need to have $500 of profit in that account. So those are the rules. So once you hit the profit target, you request the half greater than, you have to have at least $500 of profit, and you have to have at least 40% consistency. My mind is blanking right now. And then you have to have 5 days of trading between each payout. You can take 50% of the balance, whatever the balance is. So you have to have at least $500 of profit in there. It's $250 is the minimum payout. Am I starting fresh? Yeah, I accidentally blew up all my accounts last night. Except for one of them, the one that had a payout come in. So yeah, I started over fresh with the accounts with no DLL. Let's see how that goes. It's a small price to pay. I wish I wouldn't have bought them at full price though, but hey, whatever. And it's funny because one of them was funded and the other two were like about to go funded, and I was just like, I'd rather take my chances with the no DLL. Not my Tradeify, so those are fine. I didn't blow those up. I was talking to the FundedNext, yeah. So those went bust yesterday, and I re-upped them brand new, so I can get the ones with the deal. Yeah, accidentally. It's totally an accident. Did it on accident. They made some terrible trades. Darn. I need to buy the accounts. And oh, the ones I bought had the deal. Well, all right. Ones I bought had no DLL. Cool. Doesn't apply to existing accounts, by the way. Yeah, totally accident, but you know, it happens, man. Trading's rough. It's 50-50 shots random, you know, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Can't tell if you're lying. Good Lord, you guys, come on. Well, I saw a really good opportunity to full port long at the top, you know, and just made a whole lot of sense. And then somehow it just, the rally didn't go, and then I went bust. So, you know. So the deal is static drawdown. No, it's an end of the day trailing drawdown. End of the day drawdown, which is the better of the drawdown types. It's not static. I'm still drunk. Yeah, obviously. Wait, that's what happened, you guys? Y'all are funny. So yeah, so I got my one funded account, the one I've had is there, and then the other 3 are fresh and brand new. With no DLL. Because those are the ones I'm gonna scale up. So end of the day drawdown is okay, so the 3 different types of drawdown. What's up, guys? Don't forget to hit the like button. Oh yeah, we'll be doing giveaways all day today. We got, what kind of giveaways do we have? At the end of the month, I'm kind of like, what's today? 27th? Boo, 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 boom, boom, boom. Oh, okay. Let's do FundedNext. Why the hell not? Actually, let me think about this. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, yeah. All right, hit the like button, guys. I'm gonna start doing some stuff here. All right. Okay. In the meantime, you guys,
Hit the like button.
while we're chilling,
Yeah. Rocket scooter. Yeah. Hit the like
give you guys 2 minutes, hit the like button while I get prepped over here.
button. Rocket scooter. Yeah. Rocket scooter.
How many accounts can you have max? Up to $300,000. So you can get 1225s, 650s, 3100s, 2100s, and 250s. You can mix and match however you want. So I'll explain the different drawdowns in just a second. Long weekend was good, Shibam. Pretty good. I was had a huge Memorial Day party with like 50 something people came out. It was great. I was barbecuing for everybody. I only started 2 fires. That's 3 less than I thought I would. Liquidity maps update during the day on Friday. I noticed it was changing. No, the liquidity map will stay constant, Anthony, throughout the day after it's calculated. It'll stay consistent once it prints, like within a minute after market opens. I announced it for you guys. They haven't I've been leaking it little bit by little bit. They haven't announced it fully yet. They teased it yesterday. Who's hold on. I got something cool to show y'all. Hit that like button, guys. What's going on with Twitter today? Oh, here we go. Those posts aren't loading up on my profile. Twitter's like kind of broken. Oh, we start in 5 minutes. Hi, guys. Oh my word, come on.
Hit the like button.
Okay, I got a question, you guys. I've been seeing these posts I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what's going on here. I don't know. Can you guys help me out? Does this that look like somebody you know? Hold on. Hold on. Does that look like somebody you know? Hold on. Does that look like somebody's hairdo silhouette that you know? Look at that. That goofy mofo. Look. Let me give you guys a hint. It's like I'm... Now does that look familiar? Now does that look like somebody you know? I don't know if you could tell now. It looks like somebody I know. I know that guy's handsome. I'm serious. Look. These are dollar bills, you know, from the money gun. These are like speed lines. I don't know. Now does it look like somebody you know? Now does it look like somebody you know? I failed art school, guys. Come on, let's be real. I start tomorrow. It's supposed to be today, but it's starting tomorrow now. So I'll be doing afternoon segment. My funded TV. I'm leaking it to you guys. They haven't announced it on the public, but you guys get the inside scoop. Starting tomorrow. So after the stream is over, we will all roll into that. It'll be the same thing as here. My face, my screen, just over there. I'll drop the link here. We'll just all go over that to continue the afternoon stream. But yeah, so that Maddie the Iceman. Boom, let's go. Yeah, so I'm excited to be joining the team over there with my own afternoon show. Be kind of cool. Be super cool. So you guys come over there. It looks like Pat Whelan. Oh yeah, you're right. That's now you could probably point that guy out in a police lineup, huh? Now that you know it's Shaggy and Scooby. Kind of look like it, right? Oh my god. Oh, they're too funny. You finally found DB Cooper? Oh my god, that guy. That's the guy that stole the airplane. Yeah, I remember that. When it disappeared. What are we going to talk about? It's the same thing here. It's going to be like, the format's going to be pretty much the same. A little more like topical. Like I'm going to basically just do live trading, talk about what's going on in the market, like why I'm doing what I'm doing, and then of course cover market topics and things. And just basically basic, you know, same thing as the stream here, but just over there. Live trading, you know, some goofy skits every once in a while. You know, it won't be any different. It'll just be on a different channel. All right, so today, durable goods orders came out. We had that pre-market. Everything else for the rest of the week. Let's see what we got. Market ups in 1 minute. We're going to chill. We're outside of DD bands. You guys know the rule. I do long trades only, off of bands only, or off of strong pivots only, above the bands. No shorting above the bands. That is the rule. DD bands right here. Sorry, I didn't prep you guys. Market's about to open. But here, no shorting above here. We don't short because only 4% of days close above. We don't short up here because the majority of bull markets stay bullish. So I don't short against the bull market. I'm more willing to long off of the green rather than short into the band. Even though 88% of days usually close inside the band. So long days usually like go higher and higher and higher and then end up near the band. So you don't know how high it's going to go. So we usually don't short it as far as the rule goes. All right. This week news, just quickly clicking. We got a minute till our data comes out. CB Consumer Confidence comes out. That's going to be a big mover today. So be careful in 30 minutes. Meeting minutes come out in Fed. That's going to be a big mover. Obviously, the Fed's going to talk about not cutting rates anytime this year, blah, blah, blah. And we'll see that the market freaks out about that or not. GDP on Thursday, that's going to be big because the GDP last time is what reflected the tariffs already, and that's what the market freaked out over was GDP. So this is a pretty decently big news week now that we're coming back the holiday. All right, let's get our maps going. So we got margin buffer limit, strong resistance here, DD band here. Normally what I do is I wait and see what happens when we Cap the band here. Normally, there's a long pivot from here to somewhere, but it's kind of tight inside of there. If you are super bullish, this is a good long pivot until the maps come out. That's what I might be looking at in just a second. Oh, I guess I gotta log in. Hold on. My platform just decided to kick me out. Hold on, guys. It's so weird. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I don't know why my platform logged me out. You're just chilling, just waiting for that dip. Hold up. Okay, chilling on this. Hold on. Okay, let's get this here. I don't know what's going on. Was it just you guys? Was it just me or was it you guys too? Might just be me. Use FundedNext. Use code ROCKET, so I logged everybody out. It's all right. Okay. But it's like right it open. That's so odd. So we'll see. Hold on. Okay. Load this up really quick. All right, let's go. Liquidity map BLU. That's good with positive res. All right. So hedge pressure dip is a good long to buy. I'm gonna let this pull back just a little bit today. Let's see what we get from there. Double check QQQ. Let's see what we get from there. Same setups. All right. So here, guys, what I'm looking for today. Bouncing from here to here is basically the setup. I look for that. I can long off of the band itself for upper targets as well, as long as these resilience numbers are positive and they're pretty good. But we did gap up on this kind of like, you know, Europe pause thing over the weekend. So what we're going to do is let's go ahead and wait and be a little more patient on this. Instead of chasing the long at the top band, I'm going to forego taking this long. This is a good long entry point from here. But I'm going to forego this and let it pull back just a little bit more. Let's get some retracement targets on here. So normally in our setups for BLU, you can see right here, there's a long at the open, there's a long at blue. So today we've got all kind of supports to long from. Let's double check monthly maps. That was the next important thing to see if we rallied up into bull setups or not. Okay, that's still loading the QQQs. Just a little. Now it's still loading SPY. Oh my gosh, come on. QQQ. Okay, come on. There we go. Looks like we did return to bullishness in QQQ. We have popped high enough to be above that line for... so anytime you're above the liquidity pocket, the market has recovered itself. So we were in a bearish monthly map for a while. And now we have popped back up into bull territory. So the way the monthly maps are read is if you're in the dark gray, it's bullish. So we've kind of recovered on this pop lately, but we're going to wait and see what happens. Okay. So in the greater market, monthly maps are decent. We have 3 indicators that we look at. Greater market. God, my pencil's not working that well. Okay, 1, DD ratio greater than half is bullish. Check. Okay, all greater market signals are bullish today. SPY is greater than MHP. That's good. So basically today, long pivot off a bull zone. Okay. So I'm looking for. And hedge pressure. to reboot this thing. Monthly maps are bullish. Okay, all three of those things are good. All right. Okay, let me reboot my little pencil tool here. Gonna grab along on that dip. After I spent all that time writing, I'm just gonna delete it. All right, you guys know the drill. A belong up half gap, resilience positive, half gap support, BLU support, blue. Both long setups there. QQQ kind of in the same boat. Here to there, pretty decent setup. We're inside the DD band, so we don't have to trade small only. There are no irrational signals, so things are good. Yeah, perfect setup today. Double checking VIX. VIX futures are still above triple B, so we might have pivot overshoots today. Just be very careful. Out the door, this market doesn't sell off pretty hard today. What's up, friends? Don't forget to hit that like button. Love you guys. Smash it. Smash it hard. Hit that like button. Thank you, GGBoat, for reminding us. All right. If you guys want to know more about the FundedNext sale, use code ROCKET, and you have to go to coupon code when you check out. So I got those no DLL accounts. I just requested my first payout with those guys. I'm super stoked. You see what happens there, but that's currently the best prop account that exists in all of prop firms right now. All the influencers are raving on about it, but the rules are golden and cannot be beaten. Everyone's super stoked about it. All right, so MHP is down here. The band itself is also a long pivot if one were to be opportunistic bull, like super bullish. Always scalp ability. There's always some scalp ability from the upper green band that is on the cheat sheet. I'm going to avoid that one right now just because we just got back from a holiday. And while that is a good bull pivot, I really want to get something a little stronger with a little bit more R to R on it. So this is a good long pivot from here. Small longs off of the band, and also any of your liquidity pocket setups or MHP, whatever. These are all good long pivots here. So the long pivots I have when resilience is greater than 0, which is this white line here, I can fill the gap from there. Basically, your half gap to open is a good setup. QQQ looks great. Buy looks great. They all look great. So we'll check Russell. If people are risk on into Russell. Russell's still a good bullish liquidity map. Not as strong as the other two, but BSUs are still pretty strong. Russell has support potential down here at the bottom. And we've kind of healed ourselves on the monthly map. There's really like, you know, no issues here on monthly map that showed the market has flipped. So we probably flip back to being bullish with this big bump up today. Now, again, it's a news driven market, so you got to be careful, you know, day to day, just making sure that nothing. The 58.54 is run length red line from yesterday's move. So you guys know how we do that. Little text label here. Imbalance pivot. Or imbalance, or like imbalance pivot, yeah. The liquidity pivot is the name in that class. So imbalance, rebalance. So you can check this out. That's pretty much the down target on the bigger up move yesterday. This guy right here. Let's use this to kind of mark that halfway point here. Okay, we're good. NASDAQ, I got those ready for you guys. Hold up. The call today is long from good strong support pivots if we got them. 21,130 is NASDAQ. Okay. Same thing. Red line pivot here. Okay. This is a good support. If it falls to here and supports and goes, obviously I want to get the better strong setup. All the futures gapped up without the stock market being open. So we need to wait and see what the stocks are going to do, especially after this holiday weekend. So I'm going to say it's probably smart to sit here and let resilience play out for like maybe 10 or 15 minutes before I try to chase anything. Okay. NASDAQ is pulling back pretty hard. So let's watch some of the stocks and see how they turned out. Because we had futures move, but the stocks haven't even like, you know, they're finally adjusting now. Looks like NVIDIA has gapped up. Microsoft gapped up and is bullish. Google gapped up is bullish. They're all BSUs, which is medium bullish. It's not bad. Meta. Okay, cool. Got some longs on the stip here. Meta's the only one that kind of like doesn't look as good. Amazon. Decent. Tesla, they're all pretty much the same. They all gapped up in the bull territory. I'm just gonna put a spread of stuff. Netflix. Yep. Pepsi. Yeah, let's look at some of the banks. Just quickly cycling through stuff. Yeah, so everything is, I'm just kind of going through some random. Even Boeing, good. Yeah, so nothing crazy. All right, so let's let this market settle out. All the stocks are pretty much in the same boat. They're all moving just like the Nasdaq and the S&P move overnight. So everything gapped up on this Trump tariff news, right? Always the same thing, you know. They had a meeting, delayed the tariffs a little bit more in the EU, and that's good. So right, probably if the gap is going to fade, where does it fade to? And we have support pivots all inside of here. QQQ is roughly about 120 points away on Nasdaq futures, and S&P is roughly about 30 points away. So roughly, you got some time to decide how bullish are you. Crazy bullish from here? Are you in that I'm gonna let it hit the stronger pivots bullish? I think at this mode, I might take a quickie little scalp, maybe from here. But in all honesty, this is kind of like, that would just be for y'all's entertainment. I usually wait and see what happens on a bigger pullback. Got really strong liquidity pocket support here, bull zone support here, edge pressure support here, with resilience being good. So I'm in no hurry to chase along. If the market pulls back and dips, I got some rock solid pivots down at the bottom. Under ideal conditions, which we do have, 80% of days will close above blue hedge pressure. So already I know that 80% of days we support here. Res greater than 0, we support here. Okay. Weekly res not greater than 0. Blue hedge pressure less than 0. So that's actually a hit against this. So weekly res less than 0. So these are my confluence indicators at the bottom to help me understand the probability of this blue line and white line supporting. The fact they stack on top of each other is an easy choice. The best long setup that we have for today, this is the second best, which is coming up. This is the first best, which is here. So the question is, do I want to like chase this little bit of a tail of a long right there? Or do I want to wait for something better? Probably wait for something better, right? Yeah. Rocket scooter, yeah. Rocket scooter, yeah. Thoughts on your puts? Oh, shoot, I even forgot to check. Probably down a little bit as we gapped up like this. Yeah, pretty much all the gains are wiped, but that's okay. This was done for like a big, not all the gain, not the whole value of the, but the percentage I was up at the end of the day on Friday, which was like 40, that's gone. But this is a longer term play, right? This is to see if the market does, get crazy on the tariff. So it's essentially like a coin flip on the idea that I'm hedged to the downside in case, shit falls apart, and then I've got something in case it does, and I can continue along the market with all my other accounts. You'd rather have not trades for entertainment? Are you not entertained? Well, anyways, guys, quick couple announcements. Let y'all know what's going on, last couple of days. Like I said, I was making a joke earlier, but I am now hosting my own segment. My own segment. There's not going to be me in a panel. It's going to be just me. And maybe like the showrunner, like introducing me or talking to me, but it's basically like my own trading segment on my Funded TV starting tomorrow. Every day from 11:30 Central till 12:30 Central. So basically, what time I used to get off the stream. The reason I've been streaming all afternoon was to practice for that time slot. So now you guys can follow me over there. I'll drop a link in chat. You guys just click the link and go over there. The stream will look exactly the same for the most part. It'll just be over there in the afternoon. So that's a cool announcement. Really excited to be part of that team. Give that show, some much needed rocket power from the crew over here. Some of my mods here, if you'd like to be mods over there, if you're going to be around that time, let me know, because I told them I'll bring a crew of mods with me. If you guys want to be mods on my Funded TV, let me know. My mods. So good long pressure from here. It's just the R&R is not there for me to take it. Green band's always a long entry point. DJ and Lucas, yeah. So y'all send me a message in Discord, whoever's interested, and I'll patch over those guys. And it looks like let's watch S&P today, because that is the one that bounced off of green. All right, so there's just this is the scalp that would have been worth it had I bought the dip here. And while I did say green is always a good long, I just didn't want to take it. It was the only 6 points worth the trade, but I'm going to wait for better pivots today. Also, the big FundedNext sale, everybody's talking about this, you guys. Use coupon code ROCKET. It's 40% off. We only get 5, so this is the biggest sale they're ever going to do, and they took off the DLL on top of it. This makes these guys, with uncapped payouts, they don't roll you into live and block you from trading, whatever. It's uncapped payouts in a sim-funded account. They're now better than Top Step. They're now better than the MyFundeds for 4 days. This is like the hottest deal everyone's talking about. We had the inside scoop, so use our code for that. I stocked up. No DLL. This is going to be the account I try for the $1 million payout with. So wish me luck on that. You said you wouldn't accept those offers? No. The daytime offers. I had 2 offers to host daytime morning shows. Like essentially not on like now, like at this point in time. I had 2 offers to host the morning show, like the big primetime show. I had to turn those down. But afternoon show, well, that's different. I don't stream in the afternoons. So I'm totally free there. Yeah, no, I'd never leave you guys. You kidding me? I would never leave you on the morning, no matter how much the offer was. Like I said, I turned down some pretty big offers, like salary offers, because I love you guys. I'm gonna stay here with y'all. Do you have the code at the very end of checkout? Yeah, the code is at checkout. It'll say there's a little slider that says coupon code. Just throw it over there. How do you ramp up with 40% consistency? It's just as long as all your trades are the same size. So, right out the door, it doesn't matter. Consistency doesn't matter until you want to pay out. And so, if you're trying to, turn it to $1 million payout, $10,000 days once you have a huge buffer in it, it's not going to be a big deal. You just make sure your trading size is roughly the same every time you trade. And after you do hundreds of trades in those accounts, you won't care about consistency anymore. It's not like you're going to have 100K days and 5K days where the consistency is blown. Right out the door, consistency may be a problem, but it doesn't matter, because if you're trying to build a big balance and keep that a big healthy balance that, doesn't die out, consistency only matters when you're trying to get a payout. And what if you start ramping up and you start having $5,000 and $10,000 days, but that's consistent, and then you're just growing the account after enough trades, that'll average out just over time without having to think about it. So same thing I have with Tradeify. It's like I busted all the consistencies right out the door, but I didn't care. But now I get this huge balance of Tradeify that's never going to blow up. Now I'm just consistently making my way to the minute you want to pay out, just start trading consistently, and then the average will come down. But the goal with the big account there, you have 2 different ways to go about it. If you guys want to like start making payouts and stuff and taking, 3 to 5K a payout every 5 days or whatever, that's cool. Like you can do that with consistency out the door. Try to aim for, your $1,000 to $2,000, whatever the profit is, for 40%. But if you're going for like $1 million payout, you're not even gonna think about it. You're just gonna scale the account as you normally would. As long as your max contract size is never bigger than the max that you use, like you choose like 5 is my max or whatever you choose, as long as that's your max and that account stays alive for long enough, consistency will be low regardless if you paid attention to it or not. It'll just naturally come down, right? It only gets busted if you have a big blowout day compared to the rest. But as long as you just, even if you have one of those, the account has $200,000 of profit and you actually have a 40K day, it's not going to be that big of a deal, because you'll have like, hundreds of other trading days to average it down, but you should be okay. You're not going to have a big 40K day. The goal is to keep whatever you choose to be your position size, keep it there. So right out the door, just to babysit the accounts to make sure I build a buffer in it, I'm only going to trade maybe like 1 NASDAQ and maybe 2 ES, right? Until I double the profit target. These 100K ones that I got. So as soon as I get them to like, I don't know, 6,000 something dollars and have some buffer in it, I might step it up to 2 and 4, and then double the account again. Then I'll just go max after that for my normal max after. So I'm going to take it in stages. And then once I get like, $10 to $20,000 of buffer in that account, I'll start staging it up a little heavier until I can just grow it until max. And then I don't have to worry about ever blowing those accounts up. I can just babysit them forever and then take a payout whenever I, beat Jade Cap, get the world record. I don't know. This will be for fun for me. Consumer confidence coming out, expecting impact from this. Yes, a very big impact. So I want to be trading into this. This consumer confidence is going to be, hopefully, like we hope it doesn't do much, but it's going to be a pretty big mover. This, like the market, and I'll ask you guys why. Y'all been to the boot camp. Why do you think it's going to be a big mover, just without anything fundamental? Let's see if you guys can answer the question. Why is the CB numbers today kind of a big deal? Am I along yet? Not yet. Not yet. 9 minutes until an event. BVIX is high, correct. Yeah, BVIX is high. VIX above triple B. Right, so the market's very sensitive to news. So let the news give you the opportunity that you want. It's going to move the market pretty quick. If you want a long, if you want a short, whatever, market's going to dip or rally pretty quickly, probably, to most news events. And again, we don't know which ones are going to be impactful or not, but the market is in a stage where we're sensitive to news. Yeah, you guys know that. We've told you that. 2 indicators will help you out with that. VVIX above 100 usually indicates that sensitivity of the VIX to news. And then VIX futures above this magic 1865 contango midpoint we call triple B. The SPX is sensitive to news. So this is the sensitivity of volatility. This is the sensitivity of the S&P. Right? So VIX has its own sensitivity. Both of them are going to be sensitive to any kind of news. So consumer confidence numbers, it could be a mover. I'm always going to err to the side of it could be. Double checking this. Like I said, I'm not in any hurry to trade this until the news comes out. We can be smart, right? These numbers have been completely dying since the trade war started. As we've been reading this chart here, you see how they're just kind of basically like dying out. The last time they were this low was in COVID. And then before that was 2008. So obviously, like, it's basically the indicator is designed to predict consumer spending. And it's just economic factors that go into it, any kind of factor. Employment risk, unemployment risk, inflation, slowdown in production, slowdown in demand, slowdown in population, everything. Any kind of lack of consumer spending will be monitored here. So why are people spending less money, right? And so it's just been lower and lower and lower and lower. It's the trade. This is directly the trade war, not necessarily inflation, right? Inflation's been high for a while. We've been seeing, consumer confidence has been high ish relative to the inflation we experienced post-COVID. 120 is pretty high. Anything above 100 is pretty high, right? This indicates a problem. And of course, we've been slightly above 100. So it's basically, this is the inflation right here. Anything below 100 is bad. So anything like roughly above 100 is like nice and steady and bullish, right? So when you get below 100, those things are bad. And, we've been kind of like dancing around it just because of the inflation. But now the problem is that the tariffs are immediately, since Trump came in office, the confidence is coming down. So that number continues to deteriorate. The market can hate hearing that today. So be very careful in today's setup. That news comes out in 6 minutes. Huge beat. Could be, yeah. It could be there'd be a huge beat, like the actual economic conditions are, better than the fear. Since we have had, Trump pause the tariffs and stuff, in some places and not press so hard, the number could come up. I think John is right. But we're smart here. We don't trade outside DD bands. We don't do this. We do active restraint, baby. We wait, we chill. I don't take big trades outside of here into news. It's a gamble. Remember, 88% of days close in between those green bands. So it's very possible that it's a coin flip that I just don't want to be. The opportunity to the upside is pretty good, but the potential risk is not the best. Like this trading to pre-market highs, okay, but this falling to active supports, right? Much bigger risk than reward, not worth chasing out. I'd love to see the CB numbers crash the market to good solid bull supports and I grab along from there. That's usually what I like to do in news. And then, of course, if the market just bumps up, I miss out, which I'm cool with also. I'm totally okay with that. Let me check on my FundedNext payout. I just requested a payout yesterday. They say it takes up to 24 hours to get approved. Let me see the status of that is. Oh, still not approved yet. Is the website down? I don't think the website's down. It should be up. Boom, 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 boom. But you guys stock up on those accounts though. If you want to trade them, you don't have to trade them now. You just have to like put in a trade every once in a while to keep them active. But honestly, like very rarely do you get like a golden setup when it comes to like a prop spread. And I'm the guinea pig right now, so you guys, I'll let you know if they screw me over. If they don't pay me out, I'll let you know. So I'm in the boat of I finally made payout. I'm requesting a payout. So I'll let you guys know. I always tell you, anytime I do something, I put my wrist to it first. You guys know I love y'all. I will always, I don't ever recommend something or say something unless I'm in it too. So boys and girls, we're in it together. If y'all are trading with those guys, I'll be the first to throw my money at it. See what happens. What's Rise? Rise is a crypto. Okay, this is how stupid I am when it comes to crypto. It's a crypto-based payment service that like makes instant payments pretty much like flawless and possible. I don't know how it works. I don't know why it works. I don't know what it is. It feels like PayPal to me. It's got a bunch of goofy letters and numbers that look like a crypto wallet address, which I think that's what they call it. Again, I'm a fucking millennial boomer. Feel like don't know anything about it, but Rise is a thing that they pay to, and then that sends money to my account. It's an intermediary, like a PayPal-ish sort of crypto thing. Coupon works. You have to put it in. You have to put the slider to say coupon. Thank you, bud. Oh, she's so fine. Appreciate you, man. Supporting the channel. You have to. There's a slider that says code. Reference code and coupon code. You have to slide it to coupon code. No, it's code Rocket. Guys, look. Right here. Code Rocket. Hold on, wait. Rocket's good. Like, each one of them's different right here. Code Rocket. And that's actually should say 40% off now. I'll change that later. Code Rocket, yeah. Super comments numbers. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute on the roll here. Obviously, what I personally would like to see is the consumer confidence numbers. Might put some green up to the top here. And then I'd like to see the market down here. I really would. I'd love to see how the market tests out going forward today. I'm in no hurry to do anything right now. I'm so far up in these Tradify accounts. I'm in no hurry to do any kind of crazy risk. We just came back from the holiday. Let's let the stocks digest this information right here. It looks like the numbers are coming out. A little bit of green pop there. Was it a beat? John thinks there's a beat. I think there's probably a beat too. We'll see if if Trump's delaying of tariff stuff is going to affect that at all. Oh, that's a huge beat. 98 on an 87. Yeah, that's a big beat. John, you nailed it, dude. You're right. And this has everything to do with the tariff pause and stuff. That's a pretty big beat. Oh, hell yeah. All right, so upper 90s, that's good. Anything above 100 is booming. Like, you know, upper 90s on an 87 forecast is bad. Again, the forecast is always going to be off because it doesn't know, you know, what Trump's doing with this magic button when it comes to tariffs. But since, you know, December, we've just had this kind of up and down with this thing just because of that. And of course, the market wasn't expecting any kind of rough change. But it looks like, you know, recent indications state that the number is better. Consumer spending is up. That's good, right? I guess overall inflation is down-ish relative to, you know, the CPI. But still, the projection of inflation can be high if the tariffs still keep going through. As Michigan numbers are calling for 5% or so, 5 or 6% in the first year out, you know, projections. So that's the range, right? If there's trade war goes away, you know, we're at like low 2%. Trade war sticks around, we're like at 6%. And that inflation is going to be a big mover of things like the CV numbers, the consumer confidence number. Consumer spending goes way up or down in that range a lot. So Trump is also talking. When is he never not talking? Let's see what he's saying right now. Okay, so no, again, nice little pop there. I don't like the... Hold on. I really don't like to... I could have taken a little long scalp there. Obviously, my brain was in the right place not to fade this. But it's cool just to wait for something better. And had I been long all through this and we got it back to like these pre-market highs, I probably would have just taken the scalp and closed out. This usually, like inside of here, I probably would just trade up in here and close it. We might just stay in here and kind of float there all day and then move at the end of the day. That's going to be the problem with today's setup. You know, we've already blasted through so high overnight in futures. How much can the market still go today without any additional news? And that's really the question. So ideally, in a perfect world, I like to get a strong pivot, right? So boom, boom, and boom are the best strong pivots. This is a decent pivot, but the question is to where? And usually I just trade right back to the equilibrium range and then kind of chill on it. So best case scenario, this sits here and just chills here all day like I did yesterday and then squeezes up at the end of the day if it's bullish. Might be something like that. In an easier to trade scenario, the market somehow rejects this and then finds its way lower. Bites there for a little bit. And then, you know, dips down into some of those pretty nice little areas here just to test, to keep going. So nice and bull on that liquidity pivot. And of course, these liquidity pockets here, these are pretty good setups. So gonna wait. Waiting is fun. Chilling out is fun. Don't forget to smash the like button, friends. We'll be doing a giveaway in about, 1 hour from now. We've got tons of accounts to give away. I'll throw away some FundedNext accounts to you guys. This will be fun. My DD is different from the R in the platform. Is that correct? It shouldn't be. Unless I did something wrong. Let me double check. Bum, 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 bum. Nope, 58.74. So the band itself is one risk interval higher or lower from the close. So the closing price on Friday, one risk interval higher, one risk interval lower is that green band. MFF expert or ETF static? If you had to choose one, which would you recommend? Oh, boy, oh boy. Those are two. That's like apples and oranges, and they're both good. Let me think. How long have you been trading? Static is easier. Static is a whole lot easier, by the way, to trade. But the MFF account is slightly going to be better in the long run. So the ETFs, remember guys, ETF static now is a $2,000 static drawdown at the door. So don't discount that. That's another hidden gem out there in the prop world. They took the static model, which usually has like a rinky-dink static drawdown. The Apex is a $625 for their 100K accounts, $600. ETF put 2,000 of fat on there to really beef up the static. So they have the golden standard of static now. So it's up to you depending on whatever. Static doesn't change. Your first trade has to be your best trade. So with the static, you need to wait longer, be more patient. To just put buffer right out the door. Like I buy a static account and just wait and wait and wait and then hit it hard and put a big fat buffer and then trade from there. You know, slowly. That way the account never blows up. It'll be cheaper and easier, but MFF will probably benefit you more in the long run. As far as like when you go funded and all that stuff. But they are, like I said, they're both, it's hard to choose between the two. Looks like the guys are recommending the MFF in the channel. Okay, what do y'all think? I'll take a little guess here. Who here is trading this right now? Did y'all take a dip? Did anybody long off of the upper band back up to this area? My guess is this is a nice little kind of value area here of support and resistance that we can end up here. And the market's kind of consolidating here in a second wave in a little bit. Yeah, it's not a terrible setup. Off of the band is always decent when the ratio is good. Not a bad long. I didn't take it. But, you know, you guys got a nice little 25-point move. Pretty nice. Overnight highs here. I would say that probably, if anything, and Nasdaq is the one that I'm going to watch really carefully because Nasdaq's the one that's moving a little bit faster. So let's look here. Nasdaq does have resistance here at 21,403. So by the way, all the scares last week of, you know, market finally dipped in the bear territory is actually gone now. So we are back in the bull territory. No fading this. No trying to short this. The idea is where do I long from now? So we're back to greater market, all bullish. DE ratio solid and hot. Resilience is solid and hot. Liquidity map's good. MHP good. Monthly map good. Everything's good. Bull market, beautiful bull market again. So the mindset has changed today. NVIDIA at 135. Let's check it out. It would be a shock to me if the market decided to turn around and sell off. Now, when it comes to blue hedge pressure, we know that anytime I approach blue hedge pressure from the bottom, I always want to jump in long at the hedge pressure on the support. So watch this. In case it goes through and pops and drops, I'm going to take the long to trade in the IP. Could run pretty quick, which becomes an Arby's trade all the way up to there. So hedge pressure break on NVIDIA could be pretty big. Now, again, you put a gun to my head. I don't think this is going to reverse and sell off today. There's no evidence of anything. VIX is, gracefully trading down a little bit. But the opportunity is just not there for me. The market has moved too quick to open up, 1.5%, 2% higher. This doesn't seem to be like the start of like a 5% move today. So I think the market's going to stay ranged inside of here. There might be some opportunities. You guys that are bearish in here, these yellow blind pivots are usually really strong bear pivots if one is a bear. So if I'm trying to long this, it's down here. If I'm trying to short this, it's up here or up there. So I'm waiting for the range. I'm not necessarily like trading inside of here, but up to you guys. What you look for. So we wait for good pivots to trade off of, right? Let me double check. S&P has a 58.81, then upper 59.42 is another yellow line up here. All right. So looking good, looking solid. Yeah, all Rocket Scooters pivots are good. Looking great here. Consolidate for one more up, I think. What should we do today? Two-year note auction at 11. Yeah, well, the treasury auction could be a catalyst as well. Right? 2 years is going to be probably a bigger nod on what's going on here than the 20-year. Took a lot of heat trying to de-stand your position on the way down, but it paid off. Oh, yeah. Good, good. Good, man. Got a perfect entry at the bottom for long. Devin, there you go. There you go. 5 accounts copy traded, up 24.50 per account. Let's go. Those green lines are solid, dude. It's a great setup. It's off the cheat sheet, and even though I didn't take it, it's still a good trade. Like I'm kind of in this like mode of I'm waiting for the good setup to see. And that risk to reward was not so hot, but trading right back to open, not a bad deal. DD band, always a long pivot when the ratio is strong like that. And I wouldn't be like, if I got this little scalp here, I'd be perfectly happy with my day. Just and then wait for the next move. Do I use ICT concepts? I don't, John Gilbert. We have a whole different way of seeing the market. We use options to predict volume, and we use arbitrage to track if the index is leading or lagging the stocks that it's tracking. And so our stuff is a whole lot stronger than conventional methods because we can predict and identify volume very quickly and easily. And our stuff also has a higher probability. And like fair value gaps stuff are pretty good. They're not bad. But our stuff is just like leagues better than everything. So I'm a little biased. These pivots are really strong. Like the green lines, I'll give you cheat sheets on this thing. This green line right here is a predictable high volume pivot. You touch it. It's based on margin requirements. And so we give you like volume pivots, and it goes hand in hand with any technique. If you have any technique that you're trying to trade and you want to know where's predictable high volume, there it is, right? And probabilities that go with it. If this ratio is greater than half, this is a long support most of the time. And so this is the net market cap of the stocks. 88% of the stocks are bullish. So the bull support is likely to hold because of that. And so, a lot of these stats have really high probabilities with them. And we're basically just trading off the idea that we can predict where volume will be and which direction the flow will be in based on the options hedging. And then we can also tell if the index is weak or strong based on what the stocks are doing, which are these other indicators you see here. These are stock aggregates down here. This white is a gap fill predictor in the indices and such. But they go hand in hand with the other ICT concepts because those are looking for like candle-based plays. Like this is like what they call, it's like a fair value gap, I guess is what they call this one. I'm still learning myself. But essentially, like you would basically draw like, okay, there's the high here and here's the low here and there's a gap there, right? People will call it that, and that this is the new support. And if you break through this, it's bad and things like that, which is totally fine for supporting the trend that you're in. But then like, okay, where is the pivot? Let me forecast where am I going to short from or where am I going to long from? It's kind of hard to do that. This is more like chasing momentum or supporting breaks and stuff, which is good on the fly. You put them hand in hand, the two together are dynamite. I actually talked to Mike himself, Mike Carlson, about this. We chat like, every couple months, get on the phone and stuff. And I'm a big fan of his work, obviously. But like by itself, you put this with it. People have said that's by far the two, like that's like the golden combo. Our volume pivots plus the, reading the candle and flow real time. They say it's pretty good. But I don't know all the techniques there. I really need to like read up on it. Good morning, everybody. What's up, y'all? What's up? Bonds are on our side now. They are now, yeah. You want to see the bond market collapse for a bull market. Like that's kind of where you want to see. And the bond market collapsing has a lot to do with the inflation being high, but also a lot to do with the fact that the stock market is so hot right now. People aren't going to be parking their money in fixed income assets when the inflation is high. There's potential trade war there with inflation possibly going higher and the stock market being hot. The obvious trade is goodbye bonds, hello stocks. And so we expect the treasury market to be in peril right now and completely tanking. I know Wall Street is kind of talking about that, and the Moody's downgrade is kind of like, this is part of the reason that the debt is pretty bad. But the debt's been bad for a while. I mean, people, look at the TLT right here. The bonds have been kind of selling out since like, since 2021. So we just since inflation's been here, period, those very low bond yields are not worth it to anybody. Post-COVID, the treasury market's just been absolutely collapsing just because of the inflation. I mean, that's how it goes. Does it mean that the U.S. economy is about to collapse? I mean, there's two reasons nobody wants to buy our debt. The yield is too small and our credit rating just got downgraded. So yeah, nobody wants to buy our debt, so maybe we can't expand as fast, but Wall Street doesn't seem to care. Wall Street still seems to be having writing daily love letters to the stock market. So, kind of a little backwards where we're living in, but I can blame most of the lack of desired bond market for just the strong bull market we've had. There's basically the potential for gain is to outpace inflation is more seen in the stock market than anything. So, but we'll see how the two-year auction comes out today. That's gonna be right at noon. So we'll see if that's another big. Zoolander is so hot right now. Have I made a trade today? No, not today. Not yet. Market's moved up too far, too fast. We got a bond auction coming. I'm waiting for a better opportunity. I'd like to see the market fall to a stronger pivot. If I were trading long, I would have traded literally to just right here and called it. Like that would have been my long scalp. I think a lot of people here grabbed it though. I teach people to long up the screen line in the classes and when you're outside of it. But I decided today that I was going to wait and see if I got something better like a dip from the consumer confidence number, and then it just bumped up. So I'm just kind of missing out. But I don't always, the thing with me and how I maintain like my really high win rate that I have is I don't go out there and make every trade a possibility. I don't try to always chase the market. I'm very used to sitting out if I don't get what I want and just chilling. That patience is what pays out. Trust me. You guys ever see my stats, with Tradeify? I mean, I'm like probably, this is 4 months of trading with them. I haven't dipped below 70% the entire time. I mean, this is over 300 something trades over the last 4 months. I still maintain 76%. Like, I know what works for me. I'll wait for it. I'm patient for it. I don't chase anything. I'm doing very well with them, so I don't even need to jump in. Nothing. Does FundedNext have activity rules? Yeah, I think you have to trade like once a week. It's either once a week or once a month. Don't quote me on that. I'd go look it up. Probably once a... Well, let's look it up together. Let's go see. Challenge accounts, you got to be trading once every 7 days. FundedNext after 30 days. So there you go. So pop a trade once a week. Oh, thanks, Julian. There you go. Thanks for posting that. Yeah, thanks, brother. Dun, dun. So once a week, throw a trade out there. Just keep it going. And then trade them whenever you're ready. That's what I'm saying. Like, the trick is that there's no monthly fee. So you might as well just get them just to have them, because at some point in your life, you might want a, funding program with uncapped payouts with no loss limit, nothing. It's like a golden account. It's by far the perfect account for you to attempt to take seriously. There's no rules to hold you back. There's a trailing drawdown, or end of the day drawdown that will, once you get your buffer, it's probably stop trailing at a certain point. And then you just basically have a real trading account that you can just build a balance with. It's kind of nice. And the fact that you can get 300K worth total, you can buy 12 25K accounts or 650K accounts and just keep them. And there's no monthly fee, and they're 40% off. So they're like, dirt cheap for these things. And that's what I'm telling everybody, is that I did the same thing. I went through money at it. And then, I'm actually actively trade them now, but yeah, you get this really decent kind of like golden setup for these things. Yeah, again, not trying to fade this bull market or anything today, guys. Y'all are watching it live. Just chilling. Boy, that handsome little devil there. Just throw these all over here. Yeah, so like 150, and then you could just park them for a while. It doesn't matter who you're trading with, whether it's Top Step, My Funded Futures. This is going to be very comparable, if not better, than everything out there right now. And then it's just for 4 days. So after 4 days, everything goes back to normal. They got the daily loss limit and everything back in there. But the opportunity is there to have an uncapped payout with an account you can grow with no downside, just sitting there. Make a trade once a week, make a trade once a month once it's funded. That's I would practice elsewhere, and then these accounts I take seriously. Cap payout is candy. So all the influencers are racing, like, who's going to be the first $1 million payout with these guys? It's kind of like, you gotta be careful though, because $1 million payouts are what causes firms like Apex to send emails to everybody. I'd like to thank Jade Cap and everyone else and that other guy and maybe Tyler here for being half the reason Apex is changing their rules, because these boys went in and crushed it, starting to get huge payouts with these dudes. And then like the firms are like, holy crap, the risk is too high now. Traders are starting to become very good at the prop firm game, Used to not be so. And there's a lot more people beating them with a lot bigger payouts than ever seen before. So being first is always best, but that's another people. Somebody said, like, out there, they were like, well, prop firms are such a scam because you got to be first, and the first person reaps all the benefits, then everyone else after gets screwed because they changed the rules. I'm like, bro, have you ever heard of fucking Wall Street? Where you been the last 100 years? I mean, the first person gets the benefit. Well, obviously is how Wall Street works in general. You got to see the opportunity before other people see it. That is the like the motif of all things Wall Street. I'm like, okay, Sherlock, you uncovered the fact that, oh, after somebody got their $1 million payout in Apex, everyone else is going to get rugged. Well, not really rugged, but they may change the rules, but that's the important part of being first. This is a game of being first. This is literally the game of being first. How life works. You must see the opportunity before other people see it. You must see something and go, this is a good idea. Let me try to be the first one in. Once everyone starts pumping their big 6-figure payouts with FundedNext, everybody's going to want to in. So like my thought is I'm gonna get my payout before that. They change their rules, it'll be because of me. As I think of it like this. Like I don't think of it like, oh, they're gonna change their rules on me. I'm like, no, I'm gonna be the first person in the race to get there. I'll be the reason they change the rules for y'all. And then you should think I'll be the reason they change the rules for other people. And so you gotta see the opportunity before other people see it. Once everybody sees it, the opportunity's dead. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it goes. Okay, Sherlock, you were fucking Walsry. Brian texted me. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, seriously, like that's really how it goes. And you have to be, you know, and it's yours to take the risk, and the risk is yours to make. But usually, as an investor, you always must decide, is the risk worth it to you? Looks like Nasdaq and S&P are moving to those second layer up, like I was talking about. Just chilling this kind of standard range here. This is the first resistance pivot, 21,403 on Nasdaq. Let's watch that very quickly. And we just walked right up to it too. No resistance here. This is really nice. Yellow line is the end of the bull trend. I'd be very surprised if it did rally beyond here today, coming back from the holiday, but we'll see. This is usually where I would end a bull trade if I was long. But we have moved so much in the last 2 days without the stock market being open. You know, being up like 2% already is pretty big for a single day's move. So we're gonna wait and see I can get something better off of this. Yeah, this is clean setup. No trades yet. Josh says that's how life works, baby. The people that are like, oh man, Fast Track went under and I got rugged. I'm like, well, that's because you jumped in at the end. When you jump in at the end of something, like the prop firm is basically this. It's a game that you're playing. It's a game with risk. It's a game that you risk cleaning out the house of this weak casino, and then they go under and can't pay everyone else out. Great. So you be the first person to win. You think of it like that. Most people go into it thinking, oh, it's an endless money printing machine. As long as I pass my paper accounts, I'm going to get free money. No, there is risk that's bigger than just that. Risk to them, risk to you. You have to decide when a firm comes out, what's the probability they're going to pay you? What's the probability they're going to go under? Blah, blah, blah. What's the risk and such? There's a little bit more to the game. Most people don't see that. By the time Fast Track was hot and everybody was like, oh, we're doing so well, we're doing so well. And I was like, ooh, that looks like it's about to fall apart. And it did. And I never touched it once. And I never got a code from them. Like, you know, an investor is programmed to see life like that. It's really how it works. You must always think like 10 steps ahead. And so now the question is, what's the opportunity here and what's the risk here? And I'm going to talk about it. Right? Being first always is the way to win money in any kind of investment. You be the first person that sees it. Okay. So you see an opportunity and then you weigh out the risk. What's the opportunity? Well, it's a firm that has a lot of money from Forex, really healthy, and now they're pumping into futures, trying to get everybody in. These amazing rules are too good to be true. Clearly, they're too good to be true. But they're only too good to be true once somebody cleans house and then they can't afford to pay out. Nobody's cleaned house yet. Okay, so they still have their big cash buffer. They're still pushing pretty hard, and they're still hiring celebrities to promote them. Okay. All right. Can this sustain? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But is it safe now? Probably. I think it's pretty safe now. I think most people are going to blow up accounts, and I feel like I probably won't. I have a good chance of not blowing them up. None of my friends are, you know, $100,000 in profit up with these guys yet. Very few people I know are even trading them on the influencer side. I was one of the first, and now everybody's jumping in on it because of the sale. Everybody's pushing it. But I don't see anybody else out there posting payouts. As a matter of fact, I'm the first person on social media in the circle of futures influencers that I know that have posted any payout from FundedNext because everyone just kind of started trading them a couple weeks ago. So it's kind of like this is the early part. So when I tell myself, okay, I'm in pretty early. I don't see anybody that's out there taking hundreds of thousands of payouts yet. So probably still clear to get my money if I'm the first. So I have a good chance of being first. And I say, okay. I don't see a lot of people ahead of me. Okay. What's the downside? Why I lost $1,000 in some weeks of my time. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? What's the upside? Well, I can be the first person to say I got $1 million payout if I get there. And boy, that markets itself for me and my brand. And that looks really good. For $1,000, dude, you don't get better conversions from that buying Twitter ads or YouTube ads. $1,000 for like the amount of impressions that you can get talking about something that's hot. The opportunity is there for me. You guys aren't using it as a marketing tool, clearly, but for you, the opportunity is what's the cost of the account, probability to get paid out. Probability is pretty high you're going to get paid out. But if you're hesitating, wait for me. I just requested a payout yesterday. I'll let you know how it goes. They said 24 hours max, and so it's been about 12 hours since I requested my payout. Always guinea pig stuff first, so if you guys want to wait for my experience, I'll be honest with y'all and how it goes. What's the 21403 number? This is called a margin buffer limit pivot. This is a resistance pivot. I actually have a note on it. Typically, we call them like end of the bull run pivots. So essentially for the day, that would be where I'd end my long trade if I was longing. So if I went right up to here, I would close my long here and just wait it out. This is going to be your first kind of like sticky, hesitant resistance to movement to the upside. So I don't long like into that yellow line. And a lot of times that yellow line is always going to be some kind of resistance. Now the question is how much of resistance? We don't know, but usually when you get to yellow lines, it's almost always going to respond with some kind of resistance. And then that's the next fight before it breaks and falls. Just watch. Calculate this pivot. It's so good. You guys are going to love it. FundedNext will always be legit. I'm taking the bet they'll always be legit as well. So when you put aside like my personal opinion, so far I don't see any red flags. So I'm happy with it. Yeah. But you guys always have to do your own due diligence when it comes to firms, right? As somebody's saying, FTT was not registered as a business in Florida. They claimed it first, then 3 months later, they end up registering Jersey. Yeah, so, you know, don't avoid obvious red flags and stuff. Like, you have to see something first. Now, again, I know I'm dogging on Timu One, and everybody is kind of like memeing those guys now. But, you know, they had 4 strikes with me, and I'm out. You know, I was getting, like, pressure multi-level marketing from, like, small influencers that called me bro. And I'm just like talking it like, and I hate to say this, like I'm fucking royalty, but who the fuck are you showing up my DMs? Like, bro, we want to get you in on this, man. I'm like I'm bigger than all 10 of you guys put together. You understand this, right? Don't bro at me with some multi-level marketing thing. I was a little insulted that people weren't like, yo, hey Matt, we'd be honored to have you. You know, you're kind of like it was like, bro, let's get you in on this, man. Let's make some money. I'm like, I know what a fucking timeshare pitch sounds like, bitch. Like, get out of my face. Bro, like, don't bro at me. Like, seriously. Come at me with a little respect. Like, hey, it's really nice to meet you. Matt, we're really, glad you take the time to sit down and hear us out. We have an offer we'd like for you to see. Okay, that'd be great. I'll listen to you. That sounds very professional. Bro, you got to get in on this, man. This is the next big thing. I'm like, who the fuck are you broing at me? Come on now. I'm a businessman. Let's talk with a little respect to each other, And anyways, I was a little turned off from that from the start. Don't bro me in a business conversation. You got 1,000 followers on Twitter, bro. Like, you guys can bro me all you want. I don't fucking care. But I smelled like multi-level marketing. It's like, come on, man, you want to get in my downline? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to work for you, dude. Like, seriously. Right. Put me in your downline, son. Like, okay. Let daddy show you how this game is played. Go bro yourself, brah. Anyways, goofiness aside, I thought that was a little weird. So strike 1, right? Strike 2, all the retroactive rule changes, telling people, suck it up or take a refund. That's kind of weird. And the other strike is when they banned Brett Simba. I'm like, okay, you ban people for opinions. They don't like what they say about you. Next step, ban people from Discord when they're complaining they don't get a payout. That's the kind of people that would do that. I'm like, strike 3, strike 4, strike all different strikes. And it was kind of like, all right. You can dude me all you want. You guys can do me. You can dude me. You can do me if you want to, I guess. You can bro me. You can bra me. You guys are cool. I like y'all. You got to get in on this, bro. Everyone's getting in on it. I'm like, I don't know anybody that's getting in on it. What are you talking about? Like, Like, nobody's coming to me saying, hey, this is the next big thing. None of my friends are like, we got to get in on this. Everyone's kind of like, this seems kind of awkward. But anyways, good luck to them. Seems like a decent firm, but, you know, for me, those were red flags to kind of, okay, so again, think ahead, get ahead. I'm like, maybe the firm's good. Maybe they'll pay out. That's all you care about. That's fine. But like, you know, I would work for somebody that would call me like Mr. Coward rather than somebody call me bruh to get in their downline. I'm a little kind of like put off by that. Maybe it's just because I want to have a, you know, these are the kind of people that I don't see myself looking up to, I guess, as mentors or people that would advance my brand in the space. It sounds a little, you know. So I was like, nah, no thanks, you know. But you guys were like, y'all, you might get a code for them. I was like, oh, I got a code. When they banned Brett there, I wrote them. I said, please delete my code. Don't want to work with you guys. That was the last strike for me. Serious business. I know. Like, I would like to be like, you know, you got to get on this, man, and tell all your friends, get them on this too. I'm just like, and I was like, yeah. You know, I talked to Brad about Tradeify, like when they were, you know, starting it back in the day and stuff. And I finally talked to Brad for the first time. He was like, he didn't pressure me at all. He didn't even be like, dude, you need to be an affiliate. He was never like that. Brett was just like, I was like, hey, can I get a code for Tradeify? He's like, oh yeah, that'd be great. Here, let me get you one. And then he gave me one immediately. It was like that. Brett knew he had a good product. Brett knew he was good. He knew he had a good thing going. He wasn't calling me up. He wasn't calling people up begging us to like promote the brand and stuff. And I had ultimate respect for that. I was like, that's a pretty, you know, he was super eager to give me one. He was like, oh, cool, man. Yeah, I'd love to give you one. Here, give me a second. I'll give you one. But I wasn't getting like, you know, hey, bro, you got to get in on this, man. It's going to be the next big thing. I'm starting a prop firm, dude. Let's go. You know, it wasn't like that. It was professional from the start. So like, as a businessman and a trader, you got to have business mindsets or think like that. Where do you want to put your chips? Which casino you want to walk in, right? You can bitch boy me. Everyone, iDoc bitch boys me. You can call me bitch boy all day long. Bum, 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 bum. Let's give them wedgies. It's like basically like hold them upside down in the toilet and flush it and swirl their hair up. But thanks for counting your inner circle. Right, exactly. See, I'm 5'2". I look up to everyone. No, you're thinking of the wrong guy. There's a guy at Team Who Won that's 5'2". Though. According to what I heard, one of the dudes there was like, you know, tiny, like, not saying that, not making fun of height, but he's tiny. Like, tiny. I'm 5'10" and a half, depending on how I comb my hair. Probably 5'11" today. Probability reversal, low probability. From here, no. All the signs turned out pretty good today. I'm watching to see because the futures market moved quick before the stocks had a chance to move. Because of that, I'm waiting to just see. I'm giving it like an hour or so to play out to see if the market's doing great. All signs are good today. There's nothing bad. DD ratio greater than half. No red lights. That's good. Wait a minute. DD band break should have flagged red. That's a problem. Let me double check with my team really quick that that's not a holiday glitch. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think happens. So what we must do is force log out everyone for the weekend. So I think what's happening in the morning, I'm trying to decipher while I'm talking to you guys. At the morning, I think when the sockets open up and start sending data, the platform realizes that I'm not logged in, because what we do is I think we expire everybody's tokens once a week just to make sure you refresh it. That way you get the updates of the platform and stuff. But I think what we're not doing is forcing a log out. So what happens, I think, to you guys, those of you that at like 9:30 that the platform just like logged you out, did you leave your platform on over the weekend? So my suspicion, I'm asking my tech team, is that we expire your token like on Sunday or something. I think it's Sundays. And then once the socket opens, starts sending data, it tells the server, oh, this person's, you know, like, or the communication between platform and server says, oh, you're not actually logged in, your token's expired, you need to relog in. I think that's what's happening. So those of us that had that happen, it's probably because we stayed logged in through the expiration of the token. So that could be what's going on. Stu is 5'10" as well. This show special. Oh, we're 5'10" brothers. Oh, you guys, Arby's roast beef shaped soap. No, wait, you have Arby's soap? This is incredible. I want to see this. Show me a picture of that. Post in Discord. Yeah, let's do. But also we need the watch list to be able to target which chart it opens a ticker to when you click it. Okay, so we're gonna install TradingView's multi-chart feature inside the panel, because I want to, right now, CQG only allows one future socket connection. So we open it into the main chart instead of the child charts to the right. So you can't open futures in your side charts. So to circumvent that, we're going to open the multi-chart feature in TradingView, where you can basically put two charts side by side in the same window that allows you to open futures in multiple charts. So that's going to be the next feature we're going to install visually on the chart. "6'1". Nice. Europeans, man, y'all are tall. That'll be cool. I used to drink my brother is 6'2", and I turned out to be like 4 inches shorter. But my grandma used to make, and I joke around because like my grandma used to make this drink for us when we were kids called coffee milk, which was like this much milk, this much coffee, and like that much sugar. And it was by far like my favorite drink as a kid. It was ice cold, and we used to drink coffee milk all the time. I always joke, I was like, I'd probably drink too much coffee milk as a kid. And grow as tall as my brother. But no, but that's just a joke. My mom's side of the family is like 5'10" dudes. My dad's side of the family is like 6'4" giants. So my brother just got that dice roll. Like your great grandma? Y'all drink coffee milk? You guys got southern grandmas from the south, from Louisiana? That's like a Louisiana thing. Coffee milk and boiled peanuts. You're short, way too many cigs. Ah, yeah. Is your bro and family in trading after your success? My little brother was a professional baseball player for a while. No, it's fine. And then after he retired from baseball, he went and got like a cushy management job working in the oil fields up in Kansas for a midstream company. Bro's making oil money now. Good stuff. So he's doing pretty well. They just bought they had a ranch for a while, and they had a house, giant house, big neighborhood. He's doing good. Boom, 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 boom. Coffee milk your whole life from Southern Louisiana. There you go. That's what we had. The super sweet, super sugary. I get you wired. Yeah, I'm like 8 years old. 8 years old, all hyped up on caffeine, playing kickball in the backyard with my grandma. So we got the yellow line pivot 403 coming up pretty soon. Let me double check S&P really quick. Yeah, so market's looking solid here. 59.42. Diabetes in a cup, pretty much. In the futures chart, not showing today. It should be there as long as your futures data is connected. So double check you're connected. If not, log out and refresh your platform. Should be okay. All right, last little run up. 403 is the target. I don't think we tapped the target yet. Wait a minute. Hold on. Don't listen to me about 403. Wait a minute. Why is that gone from this chart? Hold on. Did I make a mistake here? There is no 403. Maybe I just moved that line on accident. Hold on. Oh, no, it's there. It's there. Why did I delete that? Why did I do that? Delete the line on accident. Wait a minute, no? I don't see a 403. This isn't a pivot. Okay, I'm glad I double checked this. Is that a pivot? No, 304. Oh, no, I'm just dyslexic. I'm sorry, it's 304. Okay, not 403. So forget I said anything. I'm glad I figured that out. Okay, sorry for being dyslexic here. It's 304. There is no yellow line pivot nearby on NASDAQ. Okay, let's watch S&P. Is it 402 cent? Where'd y'all get that from, though? If you got that from my charts, there's a 304, and I might have just been dyslexic when I translated it. It's 403 an actual pivot, though. Don't look like it is. From me, well, boys, I made a little bit of a mistake. It's actually 304. I think I probably just quickly did it on the stream one day. I'm glad I figured that out. We haven't been trading up a 403 because like there's no anything there on it. 304 is the level, and I just double checked that there is no 403 impact level. Yeah, from 2 weeks ago, it was certainly 304. That's the one from here. And this move here. The one from here is actually at 537. So 403 would have to be some pivot between here, and there isn't one. So if we had the wrong pivot because of me, boy, I'm terrible. But we don't, like I said, it's an avoidance thing, not like a long pivot or anything. It's not like we did anything bad, but that's my bad. 304 is it. Yeah, so 304. All right, now let's watch the S&P. Yeah, same thing. S&P is between its two pivots also. My bad, guys. Don't be mad at me. All right, so no bear setup, no anything, no fading this, no problems with this. There really is nothing. The bond auction today is the only real catalyst we got coming up. At the 2-year, and the 2-year and 10-year, yield curve is always a big major focus when it comes to recession leading indicators. So the consumer confidence number came in with a huge beat, a 98 on an 87% expectation, which is great. Anything above 100, stellar and good. Anything below 100 is due to the inflation and especially now trade war-based inflation. So not the best. GDP coming up this week as well. We had terrible GDP numbers because of obviously trade war related stuff as well. Let's see how the GDP numbers are reflecting like the new changes there. Should be okay. Consumer confidence. Go back to economic calendar. So today we got the 2-year note auction at in an hour and some change. So watch out for this. Let's try to get let me see if I can do the yield curve. I don't think it's Let's see. 2-year 10. Oops. All right. Let's look at the 10-year minus the 2-year constant maturity. Double check these, right? Oops. Max. It's been improving since here. Right here, looking good here. Okay, so in 2000, right? Bad. 2007. Like, you see how this is like the, you know, there's your 1987, 1981. This is your post-COVID era. This is your pre-market crash in 2008. This is your pre-market crash 2001. And this was basically like, you know, the problems we faced all over. So it's kind of okay here. Oh, thank you, Stu. So this is the 10-year minus the 2-year. So 10-year yield, right? 10 yield minus 2 yield. Now, yields go up when the bonds go down, when the demand goes down. So when the 10-year minus the 2-year is increasing, that means the yields of this is going up faster than the yields of this, which means the 10-year is dumping faster than this is dumping. So the 10-year note should be selling off faster than the 2-year note. When people want to rush into the 2-year note faster, the yields will come down on the 2-year faster than the 10, and this will start to drop. People will tend to rush into shorter term maturity to ward off a recession. So the 10-year minus 2-year is a recession indicator. When the demand for the 2-year goes up and the 2-year yield collapses faster than the 10, you get this here because you're subtracting a bigger number and it goes negative. So when they say when this goes negative, it's a recession indicator, right? We came out of one of them. And so the 2-year auction today and the bond market collapsing, both the 10-year and 2-year yield should be going up. Like, it's, you know, we got the 20-year was really bad. And which one is faster than the other just shows where people are willing to park their money for risk. Now, I'm going to take a bet that the 2-year is not going to be as bad. But I could be wrong. So basically that, you know, we're in the clear when it comes to that. But, you know, always take a look out. These bond auctions are market sensitive to anything right now. What's up, Mariana? Hi. Hi, how are you? So if you've traded Top Step, FundedNext and Top Step are going to be very similar. Like, the rules are very similar. The experience is very similar. So they're trying to enter the market as a Top Step killer with these crazy rules. So I know I haven't made any trades this morning, but I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens. You know, we just turned out of what the market was actually looking for, like ugly bearishness for a while. And now the market is actually starting to look really good again. So we're going to, we're going to wait and just see what happens. Bum, 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 bum. I'm prepared. I'm ready to go. Market looking super clean right now. Watching S&P really quick. Boop, boop, boop. I'm just double checking my accounts here to see like what I should be doing today. Which accounts do I still need to move? 20% consistency. Looking at my FundedNext right now. I'm trying to plan for how I'm going to hit this because I do need to make some trades. I need to do something. That's the problem with the FundedNext. I need to do something on it. Because I need to get some activity before the sale. Now, what would I do here? Can't chase along. You know what? I probably should have taken the long with those. I could have, would have, should have, whatever. I need to get something because the ones that I reset, or the ones that I got, the new ones that I got yesterday, are gonna have consistency issues. I mean, sorry, I'm spacing up. They're I gotta get them quick enough so I don't have consistency issues because I need to get them to pass so I get them funded for the sales over. So I got 3 days. I need to make a trade every day. What trade would I do though? Do I believe fair value gaps work? I feel like anything that tries to apply structure to candles works for what it works for. I don't say it works for making you money as far as like it's a trading strategy that's foolproof. You still have to be a good trader no matter what trading system you use. Any kind of chart reading technique like fair value gap is good for identifying trends and identifying patterns, which is basically like 20% of the battle. You still have to bet correctly. You have to use good stop placement. You have to have good risk and reward, identify volume pivots on top of that to still be good. So will it do the heavy lifting for you? John, no. It won't like do your trading for you. If that's kind of what most people think that this is a trading system that'll just work, you have to still be a good trader with most chart reading systems. And then every chart reading system works at that point. It's just whether you make it work or not. No trades yet, nothing yet. Does FM have a minimum trade duration? You have to make a trade once a week in the challenge account and once a month in the funded account. It's not a rule you have to get funded for the end of the sale. No, but I want to get funded for the end of the sale because I don't want to be in the challenge account and then blow up after the sale is over and then this all goes to wash. I want to try to get funded as quick as possible in the first 3 days so that if any of the accounts blow up, I get a second chance to get funded before the sale ends. So basically, hopefully when the sale ends, I've got 4 funded accounts with them, 250s and 2 100s. That's what I'm trying to do. But at best, a couple of them, if they blow up, might get a second chance. That's kind of what I'm saying. Hopefully you guys follow that, right? So the idea is that as far as chart reading techniques goes, the fair value gaps and the ICT stuff is one of the stronger chart reading techniques. But you always have to be a good trader to make something happen with any kind of technique. That makes sense, you guys? Like, you know, it's not just going to be like, oh, this is automatic money printing machine. Approach any kind of charting and trading technique as, can I identify where to get in? Can I identify where to get out? And at that point, that's where it stops. And then from there, you say, how much am I betting where I get in? Where am I cutting my trade? Where am I adding to? Where's my profit target? All of that doesn't even matter how you pick your targets. Whatever you picked your targets, that's what you use. That's totally okay. And it's a good way to do it. And Tyler's saying he uses it. Yeah, Tyler uses it. Brian uses it. A lot of people use it, and a lot of people use it successfully. But it's not what makes them successful. And you got to remember, it's what they do after that that really is kind of like what you're going to practice as a trader. So your technique is really identifying risk and reward, and your confluence as to how big you're going to bet. The more confluence, the bigger the bet. Less confluence, smaller the bet. And that's really like what you're practicing as a trader. So if I were to say of the chart reading techniques, the ICT stuff is probably one of the strongest out there and most trusted by people. But there's a lot of, you know, again, there's a lot of asterisk to that. The people that do very well a lot of people I know that do very well all use ICT stuff. But you can't be in the boat of it is the reason you do well. It's never the reason you do well. It's a solid technique that everybody uses that most people still fail at. But the reason people shine is because they're good traders. And a good trader can trade with their fucking eyes closed, standing on their head without even looking at a chart. I don't even ever change my time frame. Trading is risk management art form. So would I recommend you learn it? Absolutely. It's a great system to learn. Tyler's good at it. He'll tell you all about it. But does that make sense? Answer your question. I'm featured on YouTube. That's cool. Oh, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. That I'm getting featured now. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the YouTube algos started to pick us up since about December. Our channel's been growing like crazy. Oh, guys, it's like 4 minutes till giveaway time. Ooh, we're going to celebrate our FundedNext setups and stuff today. So let's talk about that. Make sure you guys go ahead and type in FundedNext in chat a little bit. But I'll tell you, when it comes to like, you know, things like VWAPs and things like bull flags and bear flags and chart patterns and head and shoulders, that stuff is garbage, even as a chart reading technique. It's a coin flip. It's a waste of time. So I think there's a statistical edge to ICT stuff because it's momentum based, basically. Fair value gaps and stuff are looking for momentum in the market. Market moves in illiquid or liquid moments. I think that's always good if you can identify liquidity or lack of. As far as a starting point for a technique to find entries and exits, I would say it's very strong. You pair it up with Rocket Scooter, then you got a bang up system that's really strong. Confluence between us and ICT, I've heard, is what people call the golden system. You identify momentum and movement there while it's happening. You forecast ahead of time, volume pivots with our stuff before it happens. So the confluence between the two, people have said, is the most powerful in this group. They say when you put the two together, it's the most powerful thing they've had in their life in trading. So, you know, hopefully that means something to you. Hopefully so. Okay, type in FundedNext in chat, guys. Bum, 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 bum. Boo, 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 boo. Bum, 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 bum. Type in FundedNext. Type in FundedNext. Yeah, don't you guys bro at me? You kidding me? Yeah, but now they come at me with a bro joint. Hey guys, bro, you got to get in on this. I'm like, I don't know you. I don't know you. It's like my Bobby Hill voice from that. That's my purse. I don't know you. Remember that episode? Bobby goes to the female self-defense class, learns how to kick people in the nuts, and he's kicking people in the nuts. If you watch King of the Hill, by far one of the funniest cartoons ever. Bobby's kicking guys in the nuts, and his dad has to sit down with him and say, "You can't kick people in the nuts." I don't know you. I don't know you, bro. Don't bro at me to join your marketing, you know, stuff, dude. Like, I don't know you. All right, I'm not your bruh. Oh yeah, from Zoolander. Damn it, Bobby. That boy, I'll tell you what. You guys ever watch King of the Hill? What's your opinion on Peggy Hill? Was she awesome? Was she annoying? There's a mixed bag of like what people ever thought about her. Which, like, she was so full of herself, but in a cute way. If you ever had a Texas grandma or aunt or something, you get the humor. Like, it's not, people were like, they don't understand because they're not from the South. Everybody had that aunt who just thought they were just the best at everything, but they deep down knew they weren't, but like they were kind of memeing themselves about it. She reminds me so much of a lot of my relatives. Solid mom. Yeah, like super solid lady. I'm the Boggle World champ. Where she gets her confidence from, behind closed doors. Exactly. All right, guys, we're gonna do FundedNext giveaway 2 accounts today. I think they're the 25K accounts. Only we'll check a rolling core. 25K accounts with FundedNext. These accounts should come with the deal. Ooh, bum, 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 bum. Type it up, type it up, type it up. Type FundedNext in chat, you guys, for that entry to that contest. We do contests every single day here on the stream, guys. Type it in, type it in. DLL. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Baby.
Support in the bull zone. Everything rocket scooter. All you need and all you own. The hedge pressure resilience. Support in the bull zone. Everything rocket scooter.
Sit on the floor.
All you need and all you own. Rocket scooter.
You guys.
Scooter's the best. Rocket
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's put it on the chair.
Rocket scooter's the best.
All right, winner number 1. FundedNext.
System in the world. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter.
Rocket scooter.
Rocket scooter. Best system in the world. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter. Best system in the
All right, we aren't kidding you, Mr. Miyagi. Can't go wrong with little Miyagi in your life.
Rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter.
V.
Rocket scooter's the best.
Siva. Ready.
Rocket's turning. Think I'll buy some.
You have a minute to type something in chat. Countdown starts now.
Think I'll llama. Scoot up north.
Woo!
Anamas.
All right, one more. Congrats. All right, I'll give you instructions one more time. One more giveaway, one more giveaway, one more. Every day we do giveaways on the stream, so be here every day at the same time.
In the bull zone. Everything rocket scooter.
Okay, wait, one more.
All you need and all you own. The hedge pressure resilience. Support in the bull zone. Everything rocket scooter. All you need and all you own. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter. Rocket scooter's the best. Rocket scooter, best system in the world. Rocket scooter.
A little bit of pullback here at the top area. Jimmy Jim. You got two first names there, Ricky Bobby. Shake and bake. Let's go. Jimmy Jim. All right, congrats, man. Cool. All right, here's the rules, you guys. You have 1 minute or 1 hour. Now, I'll let you guys know it's the end of the month. Starting fresh next month. We're going to be getting... Oh, let me double check. Hold up. 110 accounts to give away next month. 110 prop accounts to give away next month from all our partners. That's going to be like 4 a day. About 4 or 5 a day going forward. We've done so much business with our prop partners. They're just giving us a ton to give away. We got a lot to do. I'll be giving away a lot of my funded futures, both on my stream and on theirs. So you guys come to their stream because they're going to do giveaways as well. My pits are sweaty. I'm getting hot. I should have finished off that margarita before I came to stream. It's kind of what I did. I had like a margarita left over from the weekend, and it was sitting in the in the fridge, and I was like looking for my juice, and I was like, that's close enough. Congrats. All right, 2 of you guys that won. Go to your YouTube, take a screenshot of your account, just from your point of view, so I know it's you. Go to my Discord, description below. Follow all these instructions carefully. If you don't do it within the hour, you forfeit your prize. So go to my Discord, send me a message. Click on me, Matt, not any of the fake Matts that message you. There's a million fake scammers out there using my photo, but go to my Discord, you message me at the top right of the Discord. Show me that picture. Tell me you won. Jimmy Jim. V. So you ready? You guys see a message? Anyone? Congrats. Tomorrow I'll be doing every single day. Margarita at 9 a.m. Yeah, I know. I chugged it. No trades today. Like basically coming back from the holiday, the market's already gapped up 2%. There's no opportunity here for me to make a trade. So that's kind of like what I'm thinking at. You know, it's like, what if I was like, well, let's see. Do I look like a guy from Portland? My thick glasses and my scarf. I know I'm like, gosh, I'm so hot. I wear a short sleeve shirt, but like my neck is so cold. You know, it's like, where's my cortado? I'm thirsty. I need some coffee. Good job, guys. Winners, congrats. Free class yesterday. Is it too late? Well, technically you got like to not interrupt my flow. You got to message me within the hour. I'll hook you up, Jimmy. You go to Slacks now. I'm done with you. I can't do it. I'm just kidding. Message Slacks. He'll hook you up with the class. I was waiting for you. I was like, why didn't Jimmy message me yesterday? The one person that didn't. I'm through with you, Jimmy. But Andrew will get you. So Slacks, our admin, he does the free class stuff, so you're good. We'll get you in. Make sure you come because we'll be here at like 4 o'clock today. So I look like a low-key priest. That's a cool kind of priest, though. That's like karate priest. Wow, 623 participants in the giveaway. That's crazy. So as you guys use our code more and more and more, we work with Apex, we work with Tradeify, we work with My Funded Futures, just a couple. Futures Desk, TPT, the ones you guys love. Use our code. The more you use it, the more I can go ask for giveaways. You know, other people, their affiliates are like, use my code, use my code. They all need money, right? Well, instead of me bargaining for big salaries for myself, I go to these guys and say, hey, look how much sales we did. And you give me 20 accounts to give away on the stream instead. They're like, we'd like to pay you, you know, 10 grand a month or whatever. I'm like, just give me like accounts to give away to the community. They love that more. I'm totally okay with it. So the more you guys use our code, the more accounts we give away. Plus, every $1,000 you spend once a month, we do a giveaway for lifetime Rocket Scooter memberships. That's $4,000 full access to the platform for free. And that giveaway is going to be on Friday. So don't go anywhere because the end of the month, the lifetime giveaway is coming up for everybody that uses our code. So all you have to do to enter that giveaway is also be here on Friday, sub to the channel. I need you guys to do me one big favor, everyone. I forgot this was supposed to be my requirement for today's giveaway, but maybe you'll do it just for funsies. Y'all can help me out here. For some reason, Twitter is not opening past tweets of mine. Boop, 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 boop. All right, here, do me a favor, guys. We're gonna do a bunch of fun stuff for the next month. Everybody, if you can, you know, let's get this FundedNext thing out there. Let's push it. If you can go to that that Twitter post I just linked in chat, and maybe like it, reshare it, maybe comment it, you know, comment it, whatever. Help it get some engagement. I really appreciate that. I convinced those guys to give me 12 accounts to give away on the stream. They originally were going to offer me 3. All I did was show them who you guys were and what we do, and they were like, okay, we'll give you 12. Maybe I can ask for 24. We'll see how it goes. So the more you guys engage with those guys, the better I can do for y'all. So I'm basically using my affiliate powers to go out there and negotiate some pretty big giveaways. Am I religious? I was born Catholic. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not practicing as much as I should be, but I do with my family a lot. Take my son to church and stuff whenever I can. I just don't like off and on with it. I know I could be better. You know how it goes. Do I stream in the afternoon? So yeah, fellows, in the afternoon, I'm now going to be the host of My Funded Futures TV afternoon show. So right at lunchtime, I'm going to be hopping on here. They hinted. Look at this handsome shadow right here on the screen. Look at this guy right here. Who that going to be? So in the afternoons, I'll be here doing the same thing I'm doing now, but over there. You guys can check me out on My Funded TV. Am I a Freemason? I'm not, but my family is. I probably will join when I'm older and need something to do, and my hands are too, you know, too much arthritis to play Call of Duty. I'll probably need a new hobby. I'll probably join. All the men in my family on my dad's side are Freemasons, all the way from the old world France. They go all the way back. So I thought about it, but you know, it's like a gentleman's club. Usually when you're older, it's, you know, do a lot of good work, charity work, and cool stuff. Be something fun to do. Somebody, well, no, you don't have to delete that. Somebody just said I'm the biggest dipshit on the internet. Well, that's true, but also you're watching streamers trade on YouTube. I don't know. I think whoever just said I'm the biggest dipshit on the internet. I'll tell you something, and this is a lesson in life, and you can take this home with you. I don't even know you, but I wouldn't even switch places with you in life. I don't even fucking know your situation, and I still wouldn't switch places with you because I know mine's 1,000 times better. I don't even know you, whoever just said that. As a matter of fact, you'd switch places with me tomorrow. Someone gave me the opportunity. I love you, sugar. Is that all? You don't have to ban this guy. He's just having a bad trading day, probably. You know David King? How was the party? Oh yeah, the party was cool. Yeah, David came by. If you guys know David King, he's a buddy of mine. Yeah, it was fun. We had maybe 50 people there. It was crazy. GME is pumping today? No way. I think people forget that because I'm on TV, on a YouTube TV thing, whatever, that it's like a persona. In real life, I'm really shy and introverted. That's the difference. People think that I sit here I'm you know, Sunday nights watching The Simpsons, I'm fucking awesome. I'm the best trader ever. You know, I just goof around on stream to make it entertaining. In reality, I'm a quiet math nerd just like anyone else. I probably just play a dipshit on TV. I'm not really one in real life though. GameStop, kind of moving a little bit. How's it looking on the daily chart? How's it looking on monthly maps? Let's question that. Yeah, that's actually not bad. I guess what's going on with GameStop? What's the T for GameStop right now? But yeah, David came to the party. It was cool. A lot of people came to the party. As a matter of fact, there was outside my pool, David shows up in a new McLaren. My other friend shows up in a new Bentley. It was like supercar parking lot there. It was kind of neat to see everybody's new cars rolling up. So I could hear almost of my friends showing up from the gate. So they steal your graded cards. Wait, what is that? How do they? What do they do? How do they like rip you off? I didn't know GameStop is selling cards now. Tell me more about that. Like, what are they actually doing? Here's the guy that said I'm the biggest dipshit on the internet. Let's take a look at Ben's 4th grade concert, though. Let's see what's going on here. That's adorable. What's the guy that said I'm a dipshit? It's on his channel. Which one's Ben? They all sound pretty good. Here and a quack, quack, here. Here a quack, there a quack, everywhere a quack, quack. Not bad. Like, you did good. And I want to see what crossing Crocodile Lake looks like. Don't make fun of his kid. Let's be nice. No, that should be nice. I'm being kind. It's like, you know, not bad. Where's that at? That looks fun. I don't seem like much of a... I seem like a nice guy now, don't I? Ben's first run as a running back. Oh, dude, I played Little League football. So did I. Very cool. Look at that. I'm nice. I'm a nice guy. Well, hopefully Ben is doing very well in life. Looks like a decent young man. His football, clarinet, well-rounded young man. So good luck. Good luck to you all in life. It's better to train in the morning or the afternoon? It depends. Usually the morning is going to be more activity. Usually the afternoon is a little dead. There's not a lot of news events that come on in the afternoon. So in the afternoon, usually either like propagates the momentum or just kind of sits flat like it's doing right now. So no, see, you guys thought I was gonna roast him and his family, but yet I don't. I give people props. Y'all are so funny. Y'all are being mean, but I am not being mean. Old McDonald took a long I did play Little League football for a while when I was a kid. They were grooming me to be the high school quarterback, but I was too nerdy. And then like junior high came around and I decided, you know, I was done with athletics. So I joined the math club instead. Probably got me less chicks in high school, but you know, probably a good choice for my career. Benny was like, well, that is you, Benny, when you were 4th grade. Is money important? Which amount is important? Oh, wait, what? Are you talking about for FundedNext or for money in general? Which amount is important? Simon, ask me that again. Money's always important, but I think in context you're asking me about it on the platforms, right? Cheater, the MFF rule is that news events, if there's a no news trading, you don't trade between 2 minutes before or after a news event. So I don't know if they have a list of qualifying news events, what they're talking about that you need to avoid. But maybe find out, maybe somebody here knows what the actual rules are with my funded for that. So the no news rule usually means like CPI, don't trade 2 minutes before or after. But like, what's that limited to? Like, what do they consider news, you know? Is it subjective or is there like a list? Should I trade 100 contracts of NQ or 1,000? Really? You should trade 1, maybe 2. 100 contracts of NQ is like, you're like making or losing a house like every 5 minutes. That's a lot of money. Matt, iDoc. Text, it's about my car. Oh, thanks, darling. Hey, did you see your text this morning? I sent you something. I sent you more though. 274 to tow my car to the dealership? No. I'm gonna drive it to a gas station and fill it up and then drive it to the dealership. It's just one flat tire. Do I have roadside assistance? Yeah, I don't know. I think I do, but let me double check. I have a flat tire. Oh my god. I'm still like, we got to figure out how to do this. So again, I'm not taking any longs here. I'm just chilling, waiting for the market to give me something better. I don't want to chase up in here. Moving 2% without the stock market being open is a little excessive on no real substantial news other than, you know, trade war hype. So, let me look at my coverages. I'm double checking if I have roadside assistance. I have roadside assistance. Holla. I always like to pat myself in the back when I realize younger Matt did something smart that older Matt can benefit from. Sometimes younger Matt forgot to get windshield protection in his insurance. And then when the windshield breaks, then he's got to go buy his own windshield. But younger Matt decided to put roadside assistance on his insurance policy. So older Matt's very thankful for that. So they could come in and possibly fill up the car and then drive it to the dealership. Wait. Can you, are you leaving now? Hold on, let me call you. Hold on, I'm gonna call her. Oh, Simon says, it's your first 10K a month feel better than your first $1 million a month? You get me now? Oh, okay. I still don't understand what you're trying to ask, but does it feel better? Okay. Honestly, when it comes to trading, the best feeling I ever had trading was not how much I made, it's how much I didn't lose, I would say. The first sort of like couple of times I looked back and realized, hey, the month has gone by and I'm doing okay and I didn't lose the money and I came out slightly ahead. It's probably the happiest I was in trading. I finally ever was like, I think I'm getting this. Like, I'm no longer losing money. That's where I felt the happiest. Then after that, everything didn't feel much better. Like, you make 1,000 a month, 10,000 a month, 100,000 a month. It doesn't feel any better. Like, every single month of my life in the last 10 years, I've made more money than previous month. This month is a record month. I have literally have record month after record month. I feel like because I've been growing. And so it never, with trading and all the businesses, it never feels like it's enough. So I'll tell you where I am now, it never feels like it's enough. I always, anytime you get a little more, your scope expands. Like I get a little bit more, there's more stuff I can do. So I never feel abundance, like happier or celebrating. It's like, okay, there's more money. Ooh, there's more things I can invest in, right? Once you buy your house, once you buy your car, and you don't have like childish tastes when it comes to expensive things, you live a moderate life, once you're comfortable, you don't even need money to feel comfortable. Money becomes a tool to do your job better and to do more with it. And the feelings come from not making more money, but doing more stuff with it. Like right now, I want to invest in iDoc's little niece because she is a baker and wants to open a boba shop. And so I'm like, I believe in her because she's very talented. And I could be like, what's going to make me feel good? It's not because I made 50 grand in a trade. It's because I'd give her 50 grand to have her work her ass off, to have her opportunity come true and her feel happy. And then I'd feel happy because of that. So for me, I get my joys from that kind of thing. I don't get my joys from making money. It gets old pretty damn quick. And it's never enough. I promise. If you're like, you have a job, you maybe make 50K a year, then you make 100K a year, then you make 200K a year, you never get ahead. No matter how much. You make $1 million a year, you never get ahead. You always have more things you're spending on, and you're basically all in the same boat at the end of the day. Unless you're Elon Musk, you don't have piles of money just stacked up in a bank account. If you're a useful entrepreneur and you make your first $1 million, you're not going to be like, okay, let me cash out and just live off of this. You're like, what else can I do with it? You're taking more risks, bigger losses, bigger risks. And it's just a cycle that never ends. And it becomes like the love of the game that really makes me happy as far as like how that goes. Well, back anytime soon, it doesn't look like it. Nothing's changing, but I'm waiting to see if something changes, to see if that happens. No trades today yet? No, nothing. But in trading, the happiest I felt was when I stopped losing money ridiculously. Like once I can approach the market and then look at it and say, oh, I'm doing well. I mean, I had a losing trade, but I didn't blow up the account. Oh, I had a losing week, but I still have tons of money left. Oh, actually, I didn't lose money this month. And then I started feeling like, okay, I'm getting this now. This actually feels kind of neat. It didn't matter. And then once I started making money, it was just like, okay, that's cool. That's just longer I can trade. And the making money part never felt like I was, and that wasn't what ever made me happy with it. I'm close to a new yacht. I just need like 50 million more. Yeah. Used to feel bad losing 100. Now you lose 10,000 and feel nothing. You're a good trader when you can feel nothing, when your risk is the right amount, when you feel nothing when you win and you feel nothing when you lose. You're trading like in that sweet spot. Most people, if you feel happy when you're winning, those feelings will typically be what undoes you, because you're going to feel sad when you're losing. If you get to the point where it feels nothing up or down, then you're in a good spot. Yeah. If money is the end goal, you're going to make a little bit of money and then immediately spend it on yourself. And that's a wasted opportunity. If succeeding at things is your end goal, you're going to make money and then you're going to carefully plan what you do with it. And then that's going to make 2 monies. And then you're going to carefully plan what you do with those 2. And that's going to make 4 monies. And then go on and on with it. I was never driven by money. As a kid, we were kind of poor. And, in college, I worked my butt off. And immediately when I started making money as an engineer, I was like, I bought a really nice car and a really nice apartment or whatever. But immediately was just like, I'm poor again. Like I got nice stuff, but I'm like, man, I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. And then I was like, if I made 50K more, I would just want to bought a better car. And like, I was like, I don't think I'd ever be ahead and feel like happy from it. So I immediately was never like, driven by the idea of making money. I was like, I want freedom. I want the ability to build stuff. I want to make a difference. I was like, these are the things I want to do. That's why you should go back to church. It'll quench that need. You'll realize how blessed you are. This is true. We go like, I would say once every 2 months we do go, which is better than most Catholics, I'll tell you. Most Catholics show up at like Christmas and Easter. Well, we try to go every couple months, get the family together. My son's mom takes them every weekend, so that's good. The end goal is infinite money, all the money, yeah. Well, I just remember that, you know, there were people that opened doors for me, and that really like led to my success. And nothing makes me feel better than to be the door for someone else's success. So I'm really excited to like be at a phase of my life now where I get to decide, you know, what I can do for other people, which is so much cooler than I can decide what I can do for myself. Which, you know, when you first start doing okay, especially in trading or any kind of business, your first thought is always, okay, I'm going to take care of myself and how I'm going to take care of my family. Let me pay off my mom's house, pay off this, pay off that, make my family financially free. But then it's like, you know, a lot of people just stop there and then they start, you know, enriching their family further. But instead of like, you know, for me, I'm like, let me bring my family out of debt and get everybody okay. But then it's like, you know, I'm not going to go buy mansions for everyone. I'm like, who can I help that's going to make a difference in this world further? And that to me is like my goal. That's how I've always been. So. Same story. Oh, cool, man. Yeah. Bow, bow, bow. I have infinite money. Have you seen? I have so much money. I spit it out of a gun from the during the contest. Obviously, that is real fake money, you guys. It's so real. It's the realest fake money you'll ever see. Okay, like honestly, obviously you guys took the longs off of DD band. It's always a decent long setup. But coming after a holiday, you know, I was waiting for anything to kind of stabilize and do something. Market's not pulling back, not selling off, not shorting this, not fading this. There's no pivot to fade off of. Just kind of watching it inch higher. And in days like this, I tell you, don't ever come in and say like, man, I feel like I'm missing out on this move. Maybe you are. Maybe it does this and then maybe it does that, right? But also, it's not an opportunity to not buy at a discount. I never chase highs. And I'd rather just miss out on the next 20 or 30 points than to jump in at a potential high for some drawdown and wait all day for a trade. Waiting all day for a slow moving trade is also a bad idea because at any moment, Trump can say anything and the market does this. So what I like to do is be a step ahead. I wait and let Trump say something. If he says something and I hit my pivot, wherever it is, aha, boom, Trump said something, we fell to there, great, I'm going to long. Trust me, this opportunity happens more often than you think. Being stuck for like, you know, 8 points over the last 2 hours on the S&P. You're kind of like standing in a lightning storm, pushing a metal shopping cart with a freaking like golf clubs on your back. Okay, you're sitting there like playing with lightning for very little gain opportunity. You want momentum, you want movement, you want your trades to be quick. So I always wait. I know it sounds boring, but I always wait. And I'm going to let, even though I think the market's going to go up, I still like to be on the side just in case it dips somewhere. There's a pivot. There's a pivot. These are two really strong pivots lining up. Liquidity pocket here. These two are rock solid. If we hit them today, that'd be great. Not that it will, but it always can, right? But other than that, there really is nothing actionable except for that first opening move off of the box and off of the band. So other than that, you know, it's always cool just to kind of like, there's always going to be something. The 2-year note has any impact? That is in a little bit. And it comes out. Hasn't come out yet. Right. That's another event that could possibly have an impact. The 2-year note is in 25 minutes from now. So we'll wait for that to see if anything happens. 2-year note dips the market to some cool level. That'd be great. Which year was the pivot in your trading career? I would say 2015. And within a year, I was streaming on YouTube. Like I was like, I have something cool I want to share with the world. And I started in 2010 and I was trading off and on for like 5 years. Working, trading, work for 6 months, contract, take the money, get into trading, work some more, quit for 3 months. Not quit, but like contract, you have like a fixed amount of time you're on a job. And I was picking up contract jobs because I was enjoying the freedom, enjoying making money. And then in my off time, I was learning how to trade, teaching myself, and I was writing novels. So that's what I did with my life in my 30s. I actually wrote 2 books and I learned how to trade. So that's what I was doing. And probably about 2015, after I came up with the risk interval concept and some other things, I really started getting more consistent in my approach. My risk management just got to be on par. I started learning how to size down, how to control, find risk and reward every single trade. My methods were all volume and risk interval at that point. So I was using like volume profiles and VWAPs like typically, and just finding volume pivots to long off of, and just controlling, like waiting for the pivot, longing on it, and then going. Now I learned how to wait because I used to lose a lot a long time ago. And then once you learn that your success comes from waiting, you stop acting on every move that you see. Like I'm not afraid of missing out on this long trade because I know waiting, there's a bigger payoff. I always want to buy at a discount and sell at a premium. I never want to buy at a premium to get a little bit more premium. It always sounds ridiculous. And the market always chops around. If today's the day that it doesn't chop to a level I long at, then I just miss out. But I want to find a premium relative to setup. If you see on the side here, there is strong pivoting off of blue. This white line down here and this blue line are confluence for this white and this blue line here. So both of these are really strong pivots here. This is also a very strong pivot here. Okay. So I have two different quote unquote discounts I can apply a trade at. And now I just can wait just in case the market does something, like maybe the end of the day ends up down here or something. Boom, I can get a scalp like that right out the door. If I wait all day, I can pull 30 points in SPY just off of that move. Not that like it'll happen, but anything can happen, right? So I always look for the opportunities I have, and I very rarely want to be in a slow moving, big fat trade that's not going anywhere quickly when Trump is throwing tweets about the trade war. You don't want to pick up pennies in front of a possible steamroller. So I always avoid this kind of move and wait for something better. But yeah, like 2015 was about where I can say I had full confidence in my abilities to do this full time. Yeah. I'd say that was probably the turning point. And then within 2016, and 2014 and 2015, I was big on Reddit. I was a moderator for stock market. I was a moderator for investing. I was a moderator for Wall Street Bets, all three of those places. And I did that for a couple of years, and then we spun off and made a trading community because I was doing some substantial, like, collaborating with some people. And at that time, Wall Street Bets was like a bunch of penny stock trading losers. And, we were just kind of like, let's kind of branch off from here, do our own thing. And then we started a Slack group that turned into a Discord room, turned into an actual business, and then that turned into a trading platform. So, but 2015 was when I was like, I came up with my risk interval breakthrough. And then 2016, I was like, on YouTube. And then we came up with the yellow lines within a year of that. And then the rest was history. We came up with like 15 solid techniques since then. What makes you think market will fall today? I don't think it will fall today. I won't. I don't think it will fall at all. But I always wait just in case it does to get a long entry on. Never chase a long, even if you miss out on the next 5% move. My millions aren't made that way. Millions are made by opportunity, buying at a discount, and shorting at a premium. There's no evidence the market's selling off, so I'm not shorting. There's no short pivots to short off of. There's just evidence that there may be some news that can give the market the volatility I want to buy at a dip. We moved up 2% overnight before the stock market even opened, just based on one thing, right? The tariffs in the EU or UK are paused for another month, right? Something like that. It's not, it's big news for Wall Street's perception of this, but it's not like game-changing news. So it isn't like this is going to be a 10% day that we missed out on, like on April 9th. This is like, okay, it's up 2%. Where's the dip I can buy it, And so we're waiting to see that. You did the rocket deal at FundedNext? Dude, it's so good, right? Am I going to force a trade on FundedNext accounts? Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm going to cross my fingers to see if anything happens at the end of the day. I might could just throw, like, the opportunity here is to really pick either direction. I think the long side is the stronger side. If I were to force a trade, I would just long them with like full port on the next dip I get to resistance, which is like here, just to say I can get something out of it. But I don't really have a spot to long from. So I'm kind of like maybe this midpoint here would be a good spot. But really, I'd rather just wait and roll the dice and see if waiting pays out. And wait instead of just trying to take a gamble here, because I do get 4 days, right? So I get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I get Thursday to play this. Any day I take a loss, I'm going to blow up the account purposefully and be fresh with the new account the next morning. Like if I take any loss, like if I lose $1,000 or 2,000, I'm not going to waste the sale crawling back to zero. I'll just rapidly open and close a trade 1,000 times until I blow up with the commission. If you guys ever need to purposefully blow up an account, just open, close, open, close, open, close. Just spam the button and the commissions will whittle you down to zero. If you try to predict the stock market and purposefully lose, you will likely accidentally win more often than you don't. So I want the fresh accounts with no DLL as close to funded as possible by the sale ends, and hopefully all of them funded before the sale ends would be the goal. And then the sale ends and I got a full stack of the funded accounts ready to go. That would be ideal for me. We'll see how that works. If you were to kind of put a gun to my head and ask me what I think is going to happen, this upper consolidation with kind of this like rapid sort of like logarithmic progression here, this exponential progression, looks like it might want to like make a final little pop run to end the day out. So I would say if I were trying to short this and then like the throw a short at my FundedNext, there's an opportunity there. If I was trying to long, there's an opportunity here. We're inside of a wide range with volatility. VIX is high enough that volatility can be there. So I wouldn't be betting against this from here. I'd be taking a pivot to try to trade off of if it got there. I need to force a trade, which I might actually do. I might actually short the upper yellow line if we get there. Or if we fall below this one, I'll short it back to the band as well. So in this entire like consolidating point, there's really nothing I can do trade off of. Since the market opened, we've basically gone, you know, nowhere. How's it looks. Nobody wants to do that but me. Yeah, it's just me doing it for real. Do I still trade my live account? I do. I still trade my live account. I'm trading it right now. I have a futures account and I have an options account. I trade both of them. Those accounts you see me do from my phone. So anytime you see me picking up my phone and looking at it, I'm managing my my trading accounts, my real ones here in the phone. I'm texting her about my car. I get all kind of stuff. Like, bro, I'm getting like so much spam crap. It's all this like AI. Like, hey, we can make better thumbnails for you. Like literally. Oh, oops, forgot to send the... What the heck? I took a photo. Oh, I... So, if you were to ask me which direction I think we go, I think we still go up from here. I get so much junk. Yeah, look, some crypto exchange. I get like a dozen emails a day. Here we go. We're interested in working with this. We're interested in working with that. How you be interested in working with us? Hi, we're a crypto exchange. We'd love to work with you and your community. What the heck? Prop trading platform that helps traders grow. We fund those who pass our challenge. They'll keep 90% of the profits. Commissions. I say, yeah. Everyone's always offering me something. I don't even respond to them. Move them all to spam. Slow moving market. I'm excited tomorrow. Like to have hopefully a better market for tomorrow, something more tradable. When I'll be on the My Funded Futures TV in the afternoon every single day, Monday through Friday, from 11:30 till 1 Central. So basically like 45 minutes from now, I would just flip over to there. We'll stream from here till that time, and we'll all raid that channel and jump over and continue chilling and hanging out over there. Who are you? You are spam. You are junk. Go away. Giveaways is done for today. Oh yeah. Where's Victor? He's off enjoying his prize because he won his funded account. Finally, he won something. Now he's out there living the millionaire lifestyle. He doesn't need us anymore. Once he won the contest, Victor is sailing better seas, enjoying the world. What's your input for NVTS? I don't even know what that is. Let me double check this. What ticker is NVTS? What on earth? Oh, it's a penny stock. Never semiconductor. Okay. What's going on with these guys in the news? NVIDIA deal. Oh, the NVIDIA deal. Okay, I heard about NVIDIA deal. I didn't know it was with these guys. Okay. We don't have data with this. But I mean, it looks like, you know, if you obviously got in earlier in the day off of the news of NVIDIA deal, that was a good play. Now, I don't jump in on something like that, but it's always a middle end of the move. I'd wait for tomorrow and see if you get any kind of like retracement. It's really hard to gauge moves like this unless you get in right at the start. You see it before other people sees it, you know? So it looks solid. I don't know how solid that is. This is obviously a $4 stock that doubled in price, but sometimes these penny stocks can roar pretty good. You're a semiconductor company. Okay. Chip maker. What kind of chips do they make? They generated 74 million in the last 12 months. Blah, 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 blah. But they're changing something. So these guys are doing next generation chips because they're using gallium nitride and silicon carbide for their chip foundation, for the foundation rather than silicon base. Oh, okay. Cool. For like next generation chip materials. That's big. I would not discount that as being huge, actually. Silicon's reaching its end of life as far as like, you know, how far we can advance it. And so new materials is the future of chips and quantum computing. Like those are like the two futures, right? So I would say I wouldn't discount that as like a one and done sort of thing. I think something like that, longer term relationship, is a paradigm shift. Honestly, I wouldn't. If I was betting on semiconductors and somebody puts a long-term deal with NVIDIA and it's new material for chips, I would invest in long haul. I wouldn't even trade it. I would plant into something like that. Personally, it's not investment advice for you guys. But personally, a deal is a big deal, right? And if NVIDIA is going to do well, they're going to do well. And it's kind of like an overall bet in the tech sector. So what I'll tell you is that the volatility, bro, you got it. Oh, you got in early. Cool. Yeah. So not investment advice. Just think through it, right? It's not a gimmick. It's not a small time thing. And NVIDIA is investing in alternative chip materials. That could be huge, right? A paradigm shift. In the space race of graphics cards and GPUs, You know, you can only squeeze out so much speed from silicon-based transistors or silicon-based chips with the transistors on them. New materials may open up and unlock faster speeds. It could become a paradigm shift. So that can mean a long-term relationship between the two companies and long-term growth. So Ross Cameron probably traded that. Yeah, probably. That's probably him and his community. But yeah, good luck to your trade, man. Good luck. What platforms do 8 to 9 figure traders use, or do you use normal brokers? Normal brokers, I mean, you can basically use pretty much anybody at that size. Futures, any FCM can handle, you know, big trades. A lot of people use bigger, you know, you can trade through any big bank has the ability to move that much money. Any broker, TD can do it, Schwab can do it, JP Morgan can do it. They all do it. I don't know any broker that I've heard of that have problems with that, but I mean, people use, you know, a variety of brokers. Interactive Brokers is probably a good one. So they're all pretty good. I wouldn't think you'd have a problem with any of them, but it's always a question to ask the broker. You have 0 good pullbacks to get into? Yeah, nothing yet. Market's trickling along, and I waited for the news to do something, and the news just popped higher and kept going. And ever since then, we just kind of been like riding a tiny little wave higher. And I'm just like not really eager to like care about that, to be honest. Just chilling, just waiting. Victor got a taste of the good life and forgot about all his friends. Oh, shoot. Okay. What is my username? I do need to force a trade on these FundedNext accounts, though. But this is not a good trade to force. I don't want to flip a coin here. If I were to flip a coin, I would long, but something's got to happen to create some kind of movement. I'm like, every part of my body is like, just wait for something to happen. It will happen. If in Wall Street, I've learned if you want it to happen, it will happen. Everything that you want to happen, every pivot you see. Especially markets are volatile. If there's a pivot, you will touch it. You will touch it at some point. May not be today, but every pivot gets touched. It's like a Diddy party. Trust me. Everything in Wall Street gets touched. Patience. Would they would they ask you to not talk about good trades? You mean on the prop channel? No, that not only we think that, right? You would theorize that the prop channel just hires like incompetent idiots to go on there and make bad trades so that everyone blows up with them. I would say not only would that be unethical, that would be borderline fraud if you purposefully did that. So I promise you nobody's purposefully doing that. There's just not a lot of smart traders that go out there and end up on TV shows. A lot of smart traders are usually introverted and sit quietly in their rooms and make money. The idea that there's kind of like dummies in most of the prop shows out there that you guys think aren't that good traders, it's just because there's not really good people to pick from. That's why every TV show that popped up for Trader TV threw me a very substantial offer, because there's very few people that trade okay or well that also knows how to be in front of a camera and can do this. There's just not a lot of, it's like, just like there's not a lot of astronauts. It's just a very specific job that not a lot of people do. So the TV shows just got to stock up people that just happen to be average. It's not purposeful, but no, they're not going to tell me to like make bad trades on purpose or talk about bad trades to convince people to lose. I don't think anybody at all out there is doing that. And on the contrary, I'm going to go there and fucking rip it and show you guys winning trades if I can. So nobody came up Wall Street with that weird uncle energy. like what's his face? Charlie's uncle from Always Sunny. Uncle Jack with the hands. No, Uncle Jack. He's like, come on, pal, we can wrestle around. No, I don't want to wrestle around with you, Uncle Jack. That's just not what kids and their uncles do. I didn't want to wrestle around when we were kids, and I don't want to wrestle around now. With the small hands. How do my hands look? They came up with like some of the funniest characters, man, on that show. It's just too funny. Yeah, Charlie. We can share my room. Well, that's a great idea, Charlie. No, Mom, no. I'm gonna share a room with Uncle Jack. Boom. Nice try, Super Diddy. Waiting for the pullback. I am waiting for the pullback. Waiting for something. You're gonna play Nightcrawler in a room with your uncle. What's up?
Oh, there's money on the floor.
Oh yeah, we had a Diddy party in here. You know.
Why would you bring that up?
I've been reading all the transcripts of the Diddy party. I'm not gonna lie, not that I'm siding with him, but the transcripts are like they just cover each other in baby oil and like wrestle around and get crazy. It just sounds like a normal party. Like they got crazy.
That's a normal party for you?
But they're not like it doesn't sound like anything's appropriate.
Oh.
It's just inappropriate. At least the transcript I read, somebody's like, yeah, like the celebrity got oiled up, and then like he was like teabagging me with baby oil, and just like it sounded bad, obviously, but it didn't sound like they were like trafficking kids or something. You know, like people have been saying the weirdest stuff.
Like a swinger party.
Yeah, like a really crazy swinger party. Yeah, for the most part.
I don't know if that's
hide the strip, or it's like hide the strippers quick.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Oh, hold on. Hello? 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 Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Are you hungry? Do you want me to?
Give me bread.
I know you want the avocado toast, right?
Yeah, I know, right? I don't care, man. You don't have to. Yeah. No, you don't have to. It's okay. Please don't. Not today. God. Hurry up. Oh my God. Thanks, Mom. Jeez. You smell good. What are you spraying?
I just showered.
Oh yeah.
For 2 whole days
That's. So you don't smell good. You just don't smell bad anymore. That's the difference. Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah. Cool. Bye. Bye, Pickle. Oh my God. She's panelist again. Always, like. Twitch streamers don't care that YouTube is a proper streaming channel. They just show up without pants like it's no big deal. On YouTube, we must obey etiquette rules, okay? Tell her. You joined the chat. The interesting part is we're talking about wrestling with your uncle in Diddy parties. Yeah, like all the transcripts I was reading about the Diddy parties were the people like testifying and stuff. Just sounds like a really crazy swinger party. Like what you would see in the movies. Kind of like a Wolf of Wall Street style party where everyone's just like... I haven't read all of them, but it sounds pretty wild, some of the stuff that they did. Pickle is her dog and not my dog, yeah. Oh, let's market can do something today. Come on. Boring. Now it's finally starting to pick up some speed. We made a full risk interval move on Nasdaq. Oh, from bottom to top? Oh, yeah. Let's double check that. Good call. 216. So that would be 408. Yeah, we did. Oh, you nailed it. Yep, you're right. That is a full risk interval move from the bottom. Yeah, it's not a crime to have those kind of parties, but the stuff he was forcing people to do was insane. 100%. Yeah. It's like when you start having parties like that, each time you have a party like that, you probably push the boundaries a little harder, and then it starts getting crazy. But yeah, kind of a little gross, the stuff they would force people to do. Not normal. No, not normal. Consumer beat. Hold on, let's check. How we do on tier node auction? Usually a delay on that effect. Let's see what Financial Juice says. Looking for long or short? I'm waiting to see if the market pulls back a little bit so I can still long it. I need like a good place to long it from. Let's see. The auction just came out, right? Usually a delay on the auction, so. Two-year came out today. Could be a mover. Those yields are today. Two-year note auction should be now-ish. So usually the report, get like a minute or two. Something can happen. Probably a big burp up here. What I could do is force a trade now on the FundedNext. Just I need to get something. Which direction would I pick? Long or short? Long seems to be the way to go. I mean, this kind of move here is just definitely like upward momentum. The opportunity is, yeah, the opportunity in the range is shorting for sure. The momentum is up, so it's kind of like, which way do you go? There's still a red line up here to touch too. There's just like no volatility today. So we're not going to get like, we're not getting dips. We're not getting pullbacks. We're not getting nothing. Boo. Just measuring that distance there. There's the first impact line we have from this event as well. Out of the way here. The same thing here. Looks like we've repaired ourselves. The market's kind of like essentially repaired everything that was looking bad last week. And pretty solid for bull run back up. Greater markets all healed itself. All three things are bullish again. Which kind of looks pretty nice. Nvidia trying to break through hedge pressure and continuing to go. We'll see if this creates any kind of movement to the upside. We have not seen any pullbacks at all today. VIX is still high enough such that we can still have some red in here, but it's not coming pretty quickly. It's just kind of like lingering and no pressure off of this. Market's gone straight up with no real pullback. All night too. Hopefully we can get something cool. If I were to take a bet, honestly, the opportunity on my randomness here would be to short it back to yellow line for tonight, but they're kind of like in the middle of the range where there's nothing really I can do. No volatility, nothing, just market inching up. And I hate being in a long trade when the market inches up because a moment can happen where the market just moves quickly. Where's the bond auction stuff? I didn't see anything about it. Nothing in the news yet. Is it 1 hour ahead? Is that what it is? Oh shit, it just pumped an hour. Yeah, they just pushed it ahead an hour. You guys are right. It just got bumped another hour. Yep, that is right. Whale now. All right. I thought, well, yeah, but it was saying like 10 minutes, 10 minutes. And now it's at 12 Central now. Oh, well, that sucks. I'm actually pretty surprised that we're not getting like anything to play off of today. And I'm super bored. Guys, don't forget if you're tuning in here that FundedNext is having a massive, massive, massive sale. This is like once in a lifetime sort of thing. They're doing this really awesome sale right now where they've removed their DLL, which is huge. And then they also gave us 40% off. This is who I'm trading with, and to have no DLL, uncapped payouts is by far the best prop firm in existence right now. These 4 days, like this is the best account. I just requested my first payout with them too. I'll let y'all know how it goes. These accounts, though, end of the day drawdown, no activation fee, no monthly fee, all that. So use code ROCKET if you guys want to check them out. Everybody here is pretty much doing it because the action potential of getting a big payout from those accounts is really huge. Uncapped payouts is really big with no profit split. Why is no DLL beneficial? Daily loss limit. So DLL is how much you can lose per day per trade. It's your real limiting step in the daytime. So say that you have like $3,000 of total drawdown, which is like where you actually bust your account. DLL, I'm just make up a number here, 1,250, is how much you can lose per day to bust your account. So basically that limits how much you can make as well. If you have like a 1-to-1 trade, right? So you'll lose 1,250 to make 1,250. It limits how fast you can grow. A DLL limits how fast you can grow on 1-to-1 or 1.5-to-1 trades. You really can't grow that big. So if I just lose 1250, I'm maxed out for the day, and then lose 1250 again, I'm maxed out for the day, and I lose. It's your daily allowance to trade with that ends you for the day. The tight DLL keeps you from being able to scale the account really big. With a very tight DLL on these accounts already, uncapped payout doesn't allow you to make $1 million quickly. You're kind of like forced to just go at it slowly, and that's okay. The 50K account has 1200 DLL. That's not a lot. That's like one NASDAQ contract will bust you pretty quick. You can get 2400 for the more expensive ones. And again, they're 40% off of this too. But the deal that they have now is for the next 4 days, any account you have has no daily loss limit. You can lose the full amount in a single day. So now your scalability, imagine your loss limit is how much you can make per trade, give or take, with a 1-to-1 trade. So your 1-to-1 scalps make 2,000 to lose 2,000. Well, this now allows me to make 3,000 and lose 2,000. I can very quickly scale that account to $1 million faster than one that limits me at $1,200 per day of growth. You know, I can't just get like a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 trade every day to have $3,000 and $4,000 days. Instead, a $1,200 drawdown, even though the payouts are uncapped, I'm kind of inching forward $1,000 a day. I'm never going to get there. You guys get that? So with the daily drawdown removed, the daily loss limit, then I'm just playing with a $2,500 account with no daily limit. It's just go or bust at 40% off the price. So this is why every influencer in town, like me and a couple people had the inside scoop about this deal coming out. And then once it was announced, everybody out there is rushing in code to sell this thing because they realize this is the best prop account in existence right now. And it only lasts for 4 days. So I think every influencer right now has gone and grabbed the code and trying to sell this because it's impossibly like too good to be true. Like everything is good. No activation fee when you pass, no monthly fee. You can buy the account and sit on it forever and trade it once a week to keep it active. And just trade whenever you're ready. But whenever you're ready, you don't have daily loss limits to play with and uncapped payouts and no profit split. They give you 100% of what you take. And you take your payout after just 5 trading days, and you can take 50% of your gains in the first 30 days. You can take it out in a big lump sum. And then after 30 days, you can take out all of it. So most of the people out there I know are trying to build a big fat balance to say, look at the $1 million payout I got. This is like the place they're going to do it. So everybody out there rush to buy these no DLL accounts and are going to slowly trade them to try to compete. All the influencers are going to try to compete to get a $1 million payout there. So they can just say that they did it. Does FundedNext have a 150K? Just the 100K. The code, Emma, I told you this morning, you have to check out. There's 2 sliders. When you ask the same thing, go to here. There's a slider that says coupon. Okay. And there's a slider that says, I don't know, reference code. It's weird. Or they have 2 different codes. You have to use coupon, everybody. You have to use coupon code. I don't know what the other code they have there is, but I told them that it's dumb to have 2 codes, that they completely interrupted their funnel, and they're like, we agree, we'll change that. But until now, you have to type in Rocket and coupon code. Rocket. Rocket. Is it referral? Okay. That's the code. It works. And you have to buy a futures account with it. Not CFD. Like I said, they need to update their website to make it easier. Emma, what account are you trying to buy? You might be trying to buy CFD accounts on accident. It's the idea that going for $1 million, it'll bust your account. You're right. So the idea is that most people are trying to trade them to build a buffer that never blows up. If you have a big buffer in an account that never blows up, like my Tradeifys, are never going to blow up. Then I can just inch forward with them at whatever pace I want with no risk of ever having to pay again for them. Maybe the browser. Yeah, try it, Emma. I'll try to help you out. I can walk you through it. Sorry you're having problems with it. That kind of sucks. Could be the browser, yeah. That slider. Yeah, no, they had two different things. And I'm like, because they have a CFD and a futures side and two different coupon options. So you have to make sure that you're trading futures. So at the top of the page, they have two different sets of products. And I told them that this was a silly idea, that at the top, I mean, it's you know, if you know to look for it, it's there. They have a CFD set of products here and future set of products. It doesn't make any sense to have it in the border. I think that's bad design. They need to have it at the table. Choose the best plan. Futures, CFD need to be, your eyes are here. Your eyes are never up here. I know in website design, we always think like, well, it's there and it's on the page. People will see it. Nobody sees it. Funnels are so designed right now to draw your eyes to the point that matters. And the information needs to be here. They need to have CFD here and futures here that you choose between the two. So make sure you choose futures, which is this one right here. Even though it's there, trust me, it's not that intuitive. Everyone overlooks it. And then when you check out, there's going to be a coupon code area and a referral code area. It's coupon code, not referral code. And I asked them, I was like, why are there two codes? People are saying the code's not working when they use one of them. They're like, oh yeah, that is confusing. We're going to change that. So I don't know what the point is of having two separate inputs for codes. The code should work in both spots. You know, it's like on one. Yeah, it's pretty cheap, Jerry. Like, it's your first prop ever. Like, the risk is pretty much, that's why I like with the props. The risk is pretty small. The taxes are high at the end of the day when you win, but the risk is very small and the cost is very small. And with all these, like, you know, dead on amazing rules that they're trying to put out there, you know, for them, it's a market share grab. I get it. And I'm going to try to be like one to milk it if I can. So yeah, and that supports the channel too. You know, they give us more accounts the more you guys use our code. So they gave us 12 accounts to give away this month. So excited to do that. Yeah, you see why it does not work, right? They got two hurdles in their funnel. I told them, I was like, look, you guys got to fix this. And they're like, yeah, we'll fix it. Consistency is both for eval and funded. That's the only limit you'll have when trying to trade this is when you try to get a payout. Consistency will be what you're battling. And as long as you have a buffer in the account, you don't really care about consistency. Time will allow you to get payouts. My Tradeifys, you know, they're on a 10-day payout schedule, right? But one of the accounts is so far up, I'm like, I had to trade like 23 days to get a payout. I don't even care. The goal is I'll never blow that account up. And the other goal is it's free money with no more risk to me. And so with that, I'm the kind of trader that doesn't care about the payouts. I'm the kind of trader that cares about, you know, having 30, 40K of fat in the account and just slowly trading it from there to whittle down the consistency from there. Because it would be impossible for me to blow up a 40K account trading 1 or 2 E-minis. It would have to be bad luck on top of bad luck on top of bad luck for like weeks in a row. And then I can whittle it to 0. So with consistency, I never care about it that much. And the fact that you get uncapped payouts, you shouldn't care about it either. Because there's no schedule or window. You just, when the consistency gets to the right level, then you take out half the account. And you'd rather have a big balance that you're babysitting rather than a tiny one that you inched forward because of consistency. And accounts like this, build them without caring about the consistency. Let your winners ride to put fat in it. It was the Chrome browser, Emma. Oh, thank you so much for looking into that. I'm really sorry you had to experience like some hiccups with that and you had some trouble. So it's Chrome, huh? Chrome sucks. Good to know. It's not a monthly fee at FundedNext. No, you can sit on it forever. But you got to trade once every 7 days to keep it active. And once it goes funded, you have to trade it once every 30 days. So you can't just like sit on them and do nothing. You have to keep them alive. $1 million, here you come. Now, again, just to let you guys know, this is not, you know, financial advice and not promising you guys are going to make any money with this. I'm just saying this is a standard affiliate, you know, paid endorsement sort of thing. I'm using them. We'll see how it goes. You know, results may vary, obviously. But everyone else wants, you know, everyone's aiming to be like, am I going to be the next Jade Cap? Am I going to be the next $1 million payout hotshot? So that's what people are looking at. No promises any of you will make any money at all. So just being real there. If I want to blow one of the old accounts accidentally, you have to hit DLL twice to hit max TD. Usually, yeah. Or just, right. And the way that you do it is you just open and close an account really quick. Open and close a trade really quick. And if they do the simulated commissions, I think these guys do, you'll be able to bust it pretty quick in 2 days for the most part. Or whatever your max drawdown is. So that's what it is. Yeah, you have to pick the word future button. Yeah, I told them that like these two things are confusing. I told them that these are the two things that interrupt their funnel and they're losing a lot of sale on that. I'll tell them one more time. I'm gonna make a recommendation for these guys. Okay. Let's do some website design. Watch this, ready? Like right there, big and fat. That's where it needs to go. Y'all agree, right? I mean, like, bam, right there. Not there, but also here. Right? Let's take a photo of this and let them know. I told them to default to futures. It's not their bigger business, I know. So... they'll like it like that. He isn't really drawn to it in the slide that says choose the best plan. So put the slider also below that so the natural movement of the eye sees it during their season. Below the word choose. Because that's what you're choosing. Yes. Choose prompts you to make a choice. The upper banner isn't seen and is missed a lot and a lot of people going to CFD. This would help. I'm giving the owner notes. I've been chatting with them a lot about their future stuff. They're very receptive, which I like. You're very good about listening to the feedback, so see if these are illegal. Why do you even see this? Yeah, we'll see if these are like one of their products they have, but you can't trade those here. Talking to, let them know their website is failing to take American Express payments. Okay. And let me ask them if they have any plans. Also, any plans to accept American Express? Someone said. Okay, I'll tell them no. Should default for futures for all US? Well, no, because like in a business sense, you would think so, right, for our benefit. But in a business sense, the CFD is their main product, right? So they wouldn't default to futures for half of their customers because they would confuse an even bigger subset of people, right? So the smart way to do it is the way I think I gave them. Either have two websites like FundedNextFutures.com versus FundedNext.com, or which can be confusing in marketing sense, or the better way to keep it all one brand is to put the slider underneath the word choose, because literally that's where you choose. Not above the word choose. The eyes follow instructions sequentially, as we were trained at birth, from birth, since we started reading, to linearly think of things logically as they're presented to you. Choose the best plan. These are my options to choose. Nope, you have another choice. You have another choice hidden up in here that you must put in the linear flow of where your eyeballs will go on this page. Choose the best plan. Okay. You can even say choose futures or CFD, then choose the best plan, or, you know, but the word choose tells me everything below it I got to choose stuff from, and you don't naturally go, well, I got to choose up here too. A little bit of a UX thing. I learned this from our UX guy. He's very smart. He tried to make Rocketplace flow very well. In the several iterations we've had on the website, it turned out pretty good. I think that for the marketplace side of things, it's really brilliant the way he did it. It's like at the top. It's very straightforward. Start. Oh shit, that's actually, I told him to fix this. Let me make a note of that. I had a different commentary. This actually needs to be start your search anything here. There's your broken English. We need to fix. But marketplace, sell something. That's pretty straightforward. Yeah, so anywho. Changes here. Yeah, they're really receptive, so I like talking to them because they really give me a lot of like, you know, FaceTime with them to like give suggestions, and they're really open to like hearing us, which is really cool. You use Amex? Oh, you can use it through PayPal. Just do it with PayPal. Yeah, that's what I did. I did mine with PayPal. Do they have the microscalping rule? I don't think they do, but let me double check. FAQ, features. Let's double check. Here's some of the things you can't do. Yeah. So microscoping specifically refers to executing trades that are open and closed within approximately 5 ticks or held for less than 15 to 20 seconds. Okay, hold on. So it does say why it's prohibited. Detection of microscalping will result in immediately flagging the account. No refunds will be issued. Repeated violations may lead to permanent suspension from the platform. Oh, okay. Any profits derived from micro-scalping activities will be deducted to uphold market integrity and eliminate gains obtained through the disruptive. So it looks like they're pretty forgiving, like on accidental, when you accidentally do it or whatever. And they'll just not let you take profit on that one trade. That's pretty cool. But yeah, you can't open and close within 10 seconds, which is, you know, pretty normal. Adita, yeah, nailed it. Yeah, homepage should have 2 options, CFD and futures. Yeah, in a flow sense, that'd be even better. What do you like to trade? CFD, futures. Pick which one. And then boom, takes you to the right subpage. Yep. Easy as that. It needs to like basically flow, not have you look for the prop, because every prop account doesn't have CFD and futures options. So, you know, the idea is that you need a bigger nest for everything that allows the choice making to be very sequential. Choose your burger, you want pizza. Okay, now what kind of pizza do you want? Now what kind of burger do you want? You know, it's like, you can't just have it default on pizza, then at the top there that says burger, which one do I get, you know? Yeah. So like, I have a lot of people, they miss seeing it, and then I have to kind of correct them. Or some people bought CFDs on accident or whatever. Oh, hey, Emma. The platform I've been using has been Tradovate, which has been pretty good. Tradovate.com is there online, or Tradovate.com is there. That's the one I use on the stream, and it's pretty good. TradingView also works, I believe. Can't trade CFD in the US. Why have the option for US users? Well, because they built their futures business on top of the CFD website. So they basically are, a CFD company, and they just added the new futures product with it instead of creating like localized websites that show for different, they should have like a detection that if you're in the US, it auto redirects if your IP is in the US to a US version of the site. That'd be the easiest way to go about it. But then they would have to create like the same slider problem thing for people that want to trade US futures in other countries on the CFD main site. Either way, there's a million ways to tackle the problem. But do I rarely not take a trade in a day? I would say rarely, but it's very often I don't take a trade. I'm very particular. Most of my setups that I do here, you guys will know, are very high probable setups. So it's gonna be very rare that I, avoid taking them or kind of breaking my rules. Not too often do I break my rules. And so today's setups are pretty clear. This upper green band is a long setup as long as this ratio is greater than half, which it is. So the long green band was a pretty solid, like, long trade-ish from here today. S&P bounced off of it pretty good. I just didn't take it. Market had already been up 2%, and I was just like, let me wait to see if, news moves this around. The volatility is still there. So I avoided taking it, even though it was a good setup. Even so, I kind of follow my hedge pusher pivots roughly 70% of the time they work under all conditions. And then I just follow some of my setups. These are my higher probability ones. Under ideal conditions, this orange one is 90. This one's 80. This is 90. These are both 90. Under non-ideal conditions, this is 70 and 70 and 70. So I can wait for really good pivots that I know the odds are really high of taking. Liquidity pockets are really high, and I just wait for them. Very rarely do I force a trade, and that keeps my win rate very high, by the way. So, yeah. So I really like have a lot of control, but I'm not afraid of sitting out. So the thing is with William, you pass the 2 FundedNext 50Ks and use the eval reward to buy the rest. The eval reward isn't paid to you until you get a certain amount of your payout. So you can't do that. It's a good thought, though. I like you're thinking ahead. What you actually can't do is this. They give you what's kind of cool about them is they give you a bonus. they'll give you, one of the neat things they give is a bonus whenever you get your payout, a certain amount of it. And the bonus works as follows. So if you go down here, you can see that they give you a performance reward. 15% of your total profit target, they give you a bonus check for, but only after you've taken a payout equivalent of your profit target. So once I take $6,000 in payout, they'll give me $900 check on top of it. So you're talking that's going to be weeks away before you can do that, and then those accounts won't have the deal, unfortunately. Yeah, so you get a 5K payout, you get a $300 bonus. Yeah, basically. Nice marketing, but pointless. I agree. It's nice to get an extra $900 on your 100K account on a payout. It's good for marketing, but after taxes, you're gonna learn, you know, net very little. Yeah, I got you, huh? Well, but the thing is that it's not a bad idea, William, and that's actually the smart thing to do with it. Like, I can use the bonus and just get some more free accounts and reinvest in it, right? Not a bad idea. The problem is that by the time you get the bonus, you're going to be like, weeks in probably, and the sale will be over. Ooh, all right, bond auction in 22 minutes. I really thought we were gonna get a pullback a second ago. That was kind of nice, but then nope, right back up. I need something to trade, man. Boom, 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 boom. There's some movement. Hello, hello. Okay. Well, that's something. What do we got here? We're starting to pick up some steam now. Yeah, looks like the market's back to getting on par with its all-time highs. Looking pretty good. Yeah, everything sort of repaired itself. We do have an impact red line coming up pretty soon. S&P 5937. That's that. 21,476 on NASDAQ are red line pivots. This is to complete the move off of the Trump thing from the China stuff back in the day. Or no, this was not China. This was what was it? What happened this day? It's been a while. A lot of tequila between A and B. This is the pivot. That was the day everything was starting to look crazy, and then resilience was looking bad, and the market was trickling up. Then finally, it caught up with the stock. So that was that day. Those are those pivots here. They're like right in the vicinity, and the market's just trying to reconnect with it. So maybe I can get an opportunity to fake a trade, to force a trade here. I need to make something happen. Bum, 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 bum. Good ride here. All right. Should have taken that trade in the beginning. Not really. It wasn't a good setup. This is a weird little gap and go that I could have taken a long off of here, but there's no reason to, you know. Trust me when I say the market's going to give us plenty of opportunities on the way up to trade. Very rarely are you're gonna wake up outside of DD bands. Usually outside of DD bands, I'm very cautious. I'm very slow. I'm waiting for something good to happen. Not blowing up, not sitting here, you know, forcing too much, just kind of waiting. Waiting for something good. Why are CFD and prop futures rules different? Because the futures world is much more lenient than the CFD world. And so in futures, the rules have to be a lot more lenient to be more competitive. So you're going to see better rules on the future side, probably. I'm just speaking like generically. I haven't looked at the two. But futures are very, very generous to their users. In the challenge phase, that called simulated? Yep, it is simulated. Yeah, so my mods here, if you guys are going to be around for the My Funded show, like around daily, not just like, you know, you're going to be around occasionally, but if you're going to be there like most days, I'll be probably bringing some mods to that channel if you guys like to work with us and be moderators over there, you know, swing the band hammer as necessary. Stu and, you know, a couple other people here, y'all are welcome to let me know. I want to get over there. Okay, send me a message in Discord. That way, and with your YouTube names. Are we not going to get the exhaustion point to that move or what? Come on. SP NASDAQ. What we got? You're good for timeouts. Oh, yeah. All right. 15 minutes. The bond auction comes out. We'll see if that turns around and does anything to the market. We shall wait and see. My thought tomorrow about the My Funded show is that there's going to be like a whole lot of new faces that probably never watched us before. And boy, we got to hit the ground running here. 'Cause these people are brutal. I'm reading some of the commentary when they were like new hosts, and some people are like saying some pretty nasty stuff. They're like, they're like, thank God your morning show. Somebody said like something like, thank God your morning show host I can't even stand, or something like that. And I was like, man, that's brutal. These guys are brutal. You guys are used to me, so y'all aren't that bad. Man, they are brutal. And they comment, they were like, no, we're not replacing the new host. It's the new segment. So I was like, dang, these people are rough. And then somebody just said something like, hopefully it's not Tanya. Like, she's so boring. Some people are just mean. I'm looking at this like, all right, I can stand up to it, but boy, that's going to be. Like, look, this is not my opinion. I'm reading Twitter. So it says, to be honest, it was boring until now. Like, ouch. So hopefully people will be nice to us. The old cast was boring. Look at these. These people are brutal. All right, I gotta bring Pickle on. Nobody can hate Pickle. That'll be the saving grace. There we go. Gotta put the headband on, the sunglasses. That'll work. All right. It's gonna be, it's gonna be 5,000 people that have never seen me before, probably. Well, maybe, I don't know. We're getting pretty noticeable now, I guess, but still, there's gonna be thousands of people. This is their first taste of our antics. So hopefully it's well received. I'm sure it will be, but we'll default them on business loans. Yeah, we'll default every single one of them. I want my moderators banning their whole chat. I think this like red line that I've drawn right here is the exhaustion point. 5937 might be it. Pickle will be what everybody likes. I agree. I know this is like a boring stream because you guys don't see me like screaming like making gains, let's go. It's been just kind of like, cautious on this one. We're so far away from the strong actionable pivots that, I'm going to let the market just bleed its way up. We just got back from the holiday. Stock market has moved really high pre-market. It moved really high even over the holiday. Just off of the one, Trump EU or Trump UK thing. So I don't think that's enough to warrant, oh my God, I'm going to miss out on the big long. I think the market's raising price for people that think like that. But I'm very, very, very convinced that I'm going to get a discount sometime over the next day or two to really get in and get some good longs after this, Chasing the high, this is like the dumb decision. Everybody here prefers this, Matt? Cool. I'm going to be patient. And if y'all like that patience, that's really what it boils down to. Patience is spelled P-A-Y. T-I-E-N-C-E. Patience. Woo, baby. Some peeps. Do what I do here. Show people how to make money and they'll love you. Okay. Good suggestions. Good suggestions. Lo-fi trading is the best trading. This is true. I won't be in control of the show. But they're very suggestive to like what I tell them to do. They'll probably play whatever kind of music they want or whatever kind of anything they do. But I'm not actually producing the show. They have producers, so I'll just be fitting into their format. But we did a rehearsal yesterday. It was pretty good. My face is like over here. Yeah, like down. Like let me the camera. So I'm like this way, the bottom of that corner, and then like the top left of the screen, or the top right. God, I'm like a weatherman here. So from your point of view, the top right is like a big visible thing like this with me on the bottom left. So it's like flipped. It won't look exactly like this. But it'll look good. Patience is what landed you. Yeah, she ghosted me for like 2 months. When I wrote her. literally ghosted me. We talked for like a day or so, and then she disappeared. Then she comes back 2 months later, writes me out of the blue, like 3 paragraphs for like a message out of nowhere. Normally a guy would run if a girl right out the door messages you like 3 paragraphs when you say, hey, what's up? And they go, oh my God. And you'd be like, ooh. But after 3 months of ghosting, or 2 months of ghosting, that was allowed. It was kind of normal. It seemed normal at that point. We had a lot to catch up on. She's like, yeah, sorry, I've been going through a lot. Been doing all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But hey, I like your photo. I like this. Blah, blah. And then it was like, okay, let's chat. Segment. Why the fuck are you trading right now? That's a good segment. Thoughts on Apex handing out the ban hammer to everyone that's taken a payout from them. You don't promote them, but which is refreshing to see. I have an Apex code. I don't really push them because of things like this. Apex is a little rocky for me as far as like what the future for them holds. Anytime a firm has rapid rule changes, they took too much risk, and them kind of banning a lot of people very quickly. Whether most of these people are cheats or not, I don't know. Whether they're banning some innocent folks, I don't know. But honestly, any kind of maneuvering like that is always risky for anyone to get involved with. So I would let the dust settle before I touch them ever again. They're on a very massive ban wave right now. But again, they're trying to remove cheaters, and I get it. You know, people gaming the system. It was very easy to game Apex system. I mean, now the cat's out of the bag. With Apex, you just, you know, purposefully don't get your first payout. You YOLO your first account. YOLO trade, put a big fat buffer, then roll the account forward. Purposely deny your first payout, and then your second payout, you take all that money. Everybody's been doing that for years. That was the game to game Apex. None of us said it out loud, but I mean, that's what everyone did, and everyone I know did that, and that was pretty easy to do, to purposefully tank your first payment, but with the big buffers. And when they had their 90% off sale, super easy to go in there with $200 an account, max out the account, YOLO it. You see these influencers out there putting up like 50, 100K, 200K payments. That's exactly what they did. They all did it. I never did it, but they did it. So Apex is like cracking down because they were losing a lot of money because people, it's so easy to game their system. There were so many holes in Apex's rules. They were so easy to exploit. But because of that, you know, I mean, they're still a really good firm. Nothing against them. But if you're just thinking about trying out a new firm, they're in the process of going through some rapid changes. It's not a good time to jump in if you have other options of firms that aren't doing that. Do the falling out of the chair scene and scare iDoc again. They've been banning people with like $1,000 payouts, like left and right. I don't know a single person who does substantial sales for them that have gotten banned, though. That's the alarming part. I know influencers that literally cheated Apex out of hundreds of thousands of dollars that didn't get that email. Apex at 100, thanks for letting us know. I'm not going to call anyone out because we're all on the same team here. It's a casino. We're all here to milk the casino. It's nothing illegal to do it. I know people that literally wrecked Apex by you know, working around their rules that way. I mean, you can do what you can do. It's a clever use of the stuff in front of you, and any engineer would do it. So if they have rules that allow you to flip your account and purposely take your first payout, YOLO to get in, you're not really trading well, but you're getting a huge payout. That's just you being clever and outsmarting, finding a hole in somebody's rules. And that's your game to play, to find an exploit and exploit it. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, they're finally starting to close the doors on a lot of that. Finally, because, you know, people are starting to get like $1 million payouts because of that. That's how it started. I mean, people aren't just inching their way forward to $1 million. People did that gimmick to like start with hundreds of thousands of dollars already there and minimum risk to them. The difference between MFFU Starter Plus and Starter. Let's talk about the MFFU. I'm going to tell you, Expert is the way to go. That's like the gold standard of end of the day drawdown accounts. The only thing that's better than my funded futures right now is the FundedNext. Oops, that's the FundedNext deal that's going on right now. Other than that, I would tell you this. Now, if you're choosing between Starter and Starter Plus, let's go over it real quick. Show you the differences. So, Starter Plus, no daily loss limit. Starter, daily loss limit. When you look at the two, they're very similar in all the other roles. The exception of Starter has a consistency rule once funded, not an eval. Starter Plus is the other way around. Starter Plus, you're going to pay like a little bit more to not have a consistency rule once you're funded, which is basically a no daily loss limit. The Starter Plus has insane value over the Starter. As a matter of fact, don't even touch the Starter ever. For an extra $30 or whatever it is, 2 major rules are removed. Daily loss limit, perfect. And consistency once funded, perfect. This is worth $30 at any moment in time. The Expert is no consistency rule, period. That's where the actual cost comes from. So if you're looking for the value, this is insanely good. This is considered by most the Expert to be the best end of the day prop account in existence. Only surpassed by today's FundedNext sale. And Top Step. These are like the ones that are the best out there. Other than that, if you're trying to go on a sale, or sorry, like on a budget, like do I choose between Starter and Starter Plus? $30 difference to remove 2 major rules is huge. That's no cost at all to get 2 big hurdles out of the way. So Starter Plus is the way to go. You don't want consistency once you're funded, right? Yeah, so I would do that. Up to you to choose. You don't really care about the no consistency during the eval stage. Once the pressure is on, once you're actually trying to trade to get paid, you know, I don't care that there's trailing drawdowns in some like Apex accounts and stuff. If it's, I get it. If it's cheap and I'm in the eval stage, I'm not taking it as seriously and I'm trying to get through it to get funded. When I'm funded, I want the easiest time possible. And that's why the value is pretty good. I don't know why it's not like $80 more. The fact that there's no daily loss limit, huge for an end of the day drawdown. That's incredible. And no consistency rule once you're funded. Awesome. FundedNext has consistency rule once you're funded. So without the consistency rule, it just means you'll get paid out faster. You'll hit your payout targets faster with one less rule to follow. And that's why they like it. And why people like the Expert is because it is appropriately priced $100 more, but you don't have consistency at all, period. You get the profit target, you're done. So you can YOLO your way through the eval stage to get there. The Expert 50K is at $113 now. Oh, they are running a sale, aren't they? I think I read that somewhere. Trust me, I'll be like all over teaching you guys what sales they're having too, because I'm going to be like right in the heart of it all. Let's see what they got. And you can use our code. Basically, we'll give you the best deals that they got going on their site as well. So our code gives their deal, but it also gives 5% off if they don't have a deal. So always use Rocket Scooter code there, and you'll get the best deal they've got. I'll even try to bargain with them for maybe better at some points, like special deals for us. Once I start working with these guys more and see if they'll bite for that. 30% off right now, 50K Starter Plus. So for you, Sean, this is for you. So they got this deal right now. Use Rocket Scooter. Our code will give it to you as well. But it looks like They even lowered Starter Plus down to $89 for the 50K with no activation fee as well. So this is really good. I'm not going to lie. But hold on. No consistency on sim funded. Yeah, so this is what it is. So now it's just, but I got $30 cheaper. So I'll tell you, if you're looking for the, like a, if you're looking to not pay the full price for the, oh, wait, cheater, how's Expert 113? Where's that sale at? Use code funded. If no, use our code. Our code will give you the same deals anybody else. So let me tell you guys, the way it works when you have tier 1 status with these prop firms is your code equals their code. So Tradeovate, ETF, sorry, Tradeovate, Take Profit, My Funded, FundedNext. My code will give you the site discount always. So never use their code, use ours. It'll always give you the same thing. But see, the thing is their code always changes like left and right. But if you just remember, just use Rocket Scooter at any point in time, it'll always give you the best discount. For them? Oh, for that discount? Really? Well, that's not what they told me. Well, thanks for letting me know. Let me clarify that with them. Because they said my code gives the site discount if they are having a sale, and I get 5% if they don't. So I'll double check that. Thanks for letting me know. What's your strategy on Martingale? Martingales don't really work that well. I'm not made any trades yet today, Steven. Nothing. I'm going to ask them really quick about my code. Bum, 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 bum. The bond sale should have started by now. Let's take a look at what we got on that. And then probably, since I'm not doing anything, call it a day. Yields went up from 7.9 to 7.95 to 9.55. So that's a big up on the bond sale. So again, that just reflects the same deterioration of the bond market. Yields go up and demand goes down. Nobody wants to buy bonds because inflation is high and stocks are hot. So 2-year looking pretty gnarly. Yields coming down over time in the 2-year, but also going up on the expectations. So the fact they're coming down over time is interesting to see because it means that people are actually starting to, since, you know, inflation started getting high, the 2 years becoming more and more popular. While yields are going down, demand is going up over time. So it's more and more people are rolling into the 2-year. Now, it's not outpacing the 10-year, like we always talk about that. But it also shows that there is some interest in warding off, short-term recessions. People are, fighting inflation and other things. There is some kind of, 4% isn't bad. It's a good fixed return with 2% inflation on a 2-year note. So over time, the demand is there. But again, we didn't see the, I think I said it backwards when I first started talking. The demand is there for the short term. Do I speak Spanish? Do I speak Spanish? No. It's also in Spanish, but no, I don't speak Spanish. Just chilling today. Nothing to do today. Kind of boring, kind of chill. Yes, that being said, bond actually came out. It's kind of a flush. The market barely moved on that. Didn't have any kind of reasoning for movement. And then, of course, we're just inching up to the profit target I've been watching all morning. 476 is that key level. Boot camp today, you guys. So, Mira, I messaged you. The stream on Friday, Elite Trader Funding, gave me the wrong info. When we talked, they were going to give out statics and direct to funded accounts. And they did the first time. The second time, they copy and pasted the same format with typos in it and gave it to me. They really were only giving a static on Friday. So you got a static account. Your code should work for either the 25 or 50K static. They made a typo when they gave me the codes. I thought they were giving me 2 direct to fundeds, and they didn't. They were giving me 4 statics instead. So, but the statics are really good. Best in class in static accounts. Yeah, try the 25K. I might have given it to you backwards. So they gave me everything backwards, and they changed everything, and then I got it right, and I can give it to you backwards on accident. So try 50K or try 25K. One of the two should work. Yeah, static. If it still doesn't work, I'll get another code for you. That was my fault during the giveaway to not like see the typo error. I just looked at it and go, oh, it's the same as last time. If they made a mistake, well, technically I made the mistake. I mean, well, they both did. We both did. They didn't say direct to funded. They copied the same format as previous, and my understanding was they were giving away 2 direct to fundeds every Friday, which is not the case. So that I don't like. I thought that's what they were doing. So that messed me up because then they copy and pasted the same format for the codes. It was the same as the previous time. When I quickly looked at it, I go, oh, it's funded, it's funded. But if I really read it, inside of it, it said static and static. So there was like a category that said, funded, static, and underneath it, it said static for each of the codes. So it's like the heading and the titles were not matching up, and I didn't notice that. So it's kind of my bad. But it's a free prize. So, I mean, free is better than anything before. But that's our bad. I'll try to be more careful next time when I double check these things. Be nice if they would honor that there, right? But it's not their place to do so. I'll take credit for that one. I should have clarified before the giveaway. But dude, I just wake up, do my stream, and I'm like a million places at once. I'm a little clumsy. But had I read it better, I could have caught the error and asked them straight up. Wait, are we giving away statics today? Or are we giving away funded today? All right, no trades, boring day, nothing happening. I think I'm gonna call it, but I'll see you guys at boot camp today. I know it's crazy, nothing really going on here. Hold on. Hello. Hi. Wait.
personal guarantee needed.
You're talking about what? What are you offering?
We are offering unsecured business loan with no collateral, no personal guarantee needed. So that's why I'm calling. So
Business
can you please tell me
loans,
how
huh?
much fund you need? Yeah.
So what happens if I don't pay the business loan back?
Our payback term are anywhere between 6 to 24 months, and it's daily and weekly. So can you please tell me how much money you need for boost up your business?
Can I get $1 billion?
Yeah, easily.
Okay.
So how much are you depositing in last month?
$1 billion. I make $1 billion. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a business dude. You gotta take me off your list. Oh my god. Goofy people. We get one every day. I wanted him to tell me they were gonna break my knees or something or default me. He was chuckling because he knew I was just trolling him back. Good guy. I'm not too mean to these people because, you know, they're people with a job trying to feed their families and stuff. More power to them. But we get business loan calls all the time, and sometimes I answer them. I have to make sure this isn't, you know, my roadside assistants calling me about my car. I got a flat tire. But we get business loan calls every day. $1 billion. I'm trying to scam the scammer. But anyways, guys, I love y'all. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to call it a day. No profit, no loss. Can't complain. Watch the market trickle up today just to get some bearings on what we were seeing. All this Trump news over the weekend. It's always good to kind of let it settle out and see what the sentiment really is. Big news week this week. Don't sleep on the idea that volatility is still high. VIX is still in a place where the market's sensitive to news. Anything can move this market around. But it looks like the bull market is back. Everything's flipped back around. It's looking pretty solid. See you guys at 4 for boot camp today.
Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing past the others cross. Institutions will be seen. Predict the flow like a machine. Rocket scooter, you've got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing